Additionally, we reflected on how heritage sectors and industries in Africa could be transformed. It was mentioned that the desire to transform the heritage landscape of Africa is a function of our own commitment. There is a need to collapse the inherited political, legislative, social and cultural barriers in our society. And we should begin to do things differently with a view of expecting different results in the heritage sector in Africa. This includes prioritizing the heritage sector and industry. Furthermore, in addressing sustainability issues in heritage management, indigenous knowledge systems were emphasized as a critical tool that has remained untapped. This is because indigenous knowledge systems are experiences derived from local knowledge and practices, transcending generations and embedded in the belief systems and cosmovision of local communities. It was concluded that indigenous knowledge systems has a lot of benefits which, among others, include localization and ownership of heritage, development of participatory approaches, social and economic inclusivity, and innovation. Furthermore, in the presentation and the discussions, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the governance system of heritage management, it was discussed that the top-down approach agenda setting should be replaced by a bottom-up approach agenda setting, where heritage management is community-driven, as said before, as opposed to expert-driven, but with the understanding that the experts are coming from the communities though. On the issue of conservation versus development, it was discussed that heritage institutions should develop strategic ways of resolving conflict at heritage sites to reduce tensions and contestations at sites where there are litigations. Examples were drawn from Ngorongoro sites in Tanzania on the Maasai land issues. Regarding heritage education, it was proposed that strategic partnerships should be forged between and among universities, heritage institutions, and local communities. This was to look beyond mere public awareness. Additionally, it was suggested that member states could look at building smart heritage education hubs to provide inclusive solutions to problems. So we have made some recommendations stemming from the discussions in the presentation, and these are the recommendations. Number one, building bridges in and for heritage in Africa. Emphasis should be placed on innovation and creativity. Number two, heritage management, business acumenship. Here we looked at the need for heritage management systems to explore heritage as a business by coming up with business models, being accountable to stakeholders, having good governance, and applying creative ideas such as the smart heritage initiatives that are still yet to be implemented at the local level. The third recommendation, decolonizing and influencing heritage industries. It was emphasized that there is a need to incorporate the past into the present and future, making use of our cultures to capture the domestic markets in Africa. Number four, innovation and creativity. Heritage management in Africa must begin to use heritage without destroying it, as well as maintain access and affordability for domestic markets. Africa can also begin to look at adaptive reuse, that is, the repurposing of heritage building as revenue streams. It also involves heritage management in Africa, adapting and aligning to the generational transition happening currently by making use of new ideas such as the heritage influencers and museum digital hubs. Number five, African dialogue, solving our own challenges. On this point, it was discussed that conflict resolution mechanisms should be developed at heritage sites to deal with issues of land, concentration, tensions, and violation of human rights. Number 6, youth, women, entrepreneurship, and heritage. A very important recommendation, not negating the others that I've already mentioned. It was discussed that the youth and women should be empowered to venture into the heritage sectors and industries through entrepreneurship avenues. It was stressed that the old generation must pass the baton to the new generation as a way of ensuring continuity and sustainability. Number 7, prioritizing community development and integrated approach. This point stressed the fact that communities should be prioritized in heritage management. Number 8, leveraging power, profiling heritage issues. It was furthermore discussed that heritage institutions should be able to lobby the ministries and government on the importance of heritage and its contribution to the country's GDP, to be able to get the necessary support from the government. Smart heritage initiatives was the 9th recommendation. On this, member states are encouraged to explore the concept of smart heritage. This includes the consideration of smart cities, digitization and digitalization of heritage sites. The last recommendation, but not in closing yet, enhancing nomination and management capacity for World Heritage. It was recommended that there is a need for the capacity of Africa heritage institutions to be built on World Heritage issues, such as the preparation of a nomination dossier, protection of World Heritage sites, and engagement of the youth and women at World Heritage sites. It was further discussed that Africa should begin to look at new heritage typologies which focus on indigenous knowledge systems, intangible heritage, and liberation heritage. We also took some time to briefly look at illicit trafficking, and I would just like to mention the points that we raised. On the issue of restitution and return of cultural properties, the following was highlighted. Develop a functional, inclusive collection database, improve collections facilities, build capacity on heritage crime intelligence, and adopt preventive approaches. In conclusion, it was stressed that NatComs are agents of change and influencers, and that they should begin to position themselves in a way that they can influence heritage management in their respective countries and Africa in a very sustainable way. It was further mentioned that NatComs should capitalize on the connections they have with their governments and UNESCO to influence the discourse of effective heritage management on the continent, including facilitating curriculum reviews, as well as involving young people and women in their programming activities in Africa. NatComs were challenged to consider going beyond the educational function, giving them multiplicity of the thematic areas they are supposed to be responsible for, and further, they were called to consider concerted regional action to solve specific issues threatening heritage in Africa. With this mouthful and your indulgence, I thank you, Chair and participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is clear that attempting in 2 days to look at Priority Africa is really ambitious. We hope that this is a beginning and we can actually begin to take the flagships one at a time at different fora to discuss. These recommendations from the various groups are being worked on to feed into the declaration that we will have the opportunity to look at. I'd like to thank all the moderators. They all said yes as soon as they were asked, and they have worked so hard. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 2 hours behind schedule. And we're supposed to have an open forum now. And yesterday I promised to someone that yes, the opening forum will happen. My proposal is that instead of it being an hour long, we do it in 30 minutes. That way we can recoup some time and still do everything on our agenda and finish in time. I'm also mindful that there are people following us online who are hoping that we are following our time and have stayed up. Now, yesterday you may recall that a few points came out and the chairperson said there would be time today for an open forum. I'd like to preamble this session by saying that even though we are not at the same level as national commissions, there are some issues, especially for the African NatComs, that we have in common, and I dare say even with the other NatComs. And I'm very happy for an open forum like this. Let us be mindful that our various contributions do not repeat what has already been said. And let us also remember that good intervention by Mr. DU yesterday to say rather than focus on what the issues are, see it as an opportunity, keep knocking, keep pushing, and ensure that we get what we call our just desserts. After all, national commissions are statutory. We are here by right. The Constitution of UNESCO says so. And with that, may I ask, and we are drawing up a list now, and if we have about 3 minutes for each contribution, it means we can take about 10. So may I ask those who want to intervene to kindly raise their flags. Mr. Sam, let me make me a list. I recognize Nigeria. I'm not going to recognize Professor Hubert. I'm in the chair as chairperson. Later, sir, I'll give you the time. I recognize Nigeria. Any other country that wants to intervene? Let us remember that this is an open forum. So on any of the issues that may not have been discussed, that you still think is important to touch on as a collective, this is the time for it. No? You may not need 30 minutes after all. I will start with Nigeria. Let's see how it goes. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate your leadership and the wisdom too. My name is Olagunjo Idowu Latif, the Secretary General, Nigerian National Commission for UNESCO. Looking at the national commissions and how we can effectively be mobilized to achieve the goals of Global Priority Africa, I have seen some peculiar things that the challenges that we are passing through, and there are a few things that I would like to bring up as profiling solutions to them. One of them is that the African leaders should be made to understand that having NatCom UNESCO is a statutory order supported by a convention of UNESCO, and as such, there should be an enabling law backing it up. The enabling law will make it to be autonomous, and as such, there will be financial autonomy. I have been saying this at some fora, so that if UNESCO can move it and African leaders can key into it, they will understand that it's not supposed to be an organization that should be swept under the carpet. Starting with that, that will make us to be able to achieve the potentials that UNESCO has put the Commission to achieve. Then there's also a need for quarterly meetings quarterly meetings between NatComs in each country with the country field offices of UNESCO. Quarterly meetings that will enable us share ideas and share what they have been doing and what others have been, and the NatComs also have been doing, will enable us to report everything without exclusion to UNESCO, because I can see a lot of omissions. While the NatCom UNESCOs are doing their own, the field offices are doing, and there is no connection, and it's not too good. So there is need for meetings quarterly, so that at the end there will be a breakout session into sectors, where each of the sectors will know what the other is doing, so that we'll be moving together in the same direction. The field offices should also avoid the temptation of connecting directly with the MDAs, ministry, departments, and agencies. They should avoid the temptation. There have been issues surrounding that, but I'm just saying that for us to move forward and get better results, we ought to all know where our boundaries are. And also, the UNESCO field offices should also, in Africa, should see NatComs as helpful partners that they can leverage on to achieve results, not the other way. For this, I want to hang up. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much, SG Nigeria. Some very powerful points. If you don't mind, I would like to piggyback on that. Some points for the field officers. I know most of you are here. Are there NatCom liaison officers in the field offices the same way we have HQ? Is there a point person? Especially for countries that do not have the field office in that country. They have one person, probably not the director, that they can send all their information to or meet with regularly online. Might that help us to be able to contact UNESCO on the field more regularly? We have newsletters that come from HQ. We have an office with named staff. And so it's very easy to contact them. You know who at the HQ is working for NatComs. Is that very clear in our various field offices? That might be something to look at. Thank you. Are there any more interventions? Mauritius, you have the floor, please.
Testing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Actually, the point of Nigeria is valid, but then we should be careful about if everything goes to NatCom and NatCom is not so big locally. That might create a bottleneck in giving information. So the size of NatCom in the local control also matters. And what matters the most is the SGs and the other officers should be having, I don't know, depending on the country's specificity, only work of NatComs and not any other departments or responsibilities for any other agencies at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Especially when you work directly under a ministry, there is a temptation for the ministry to give you other things to do, and an already busy schedule will make it difficult. Thank you for that. Hey, Burkina Faso, vous avez la parole.
Allô? Bien, merci de me donner la parole. Je suis Ouattara Faké, secrétaire général de la Commission nationale burkinabé pour l'UNESCO. Je saisis cette occasion parce qu'il a été maintes fois rappelé que cette rencontre des commissions nationales est un cadre de partage d'expériences et donc de collaboration et d'apprentissage pour nous les jeunes SG qui n'avons pas encore 5 ans. Alors, nous avons une grande idée qui nous taraude l'esprit. je veux parler ici d'une activité que le réseau des écoles associées de l'Unesco Afrique de l'Ouest doit mener. Nous nous sommes rencontrés en 2020 en Côte d'Ivoire, mais nous avons des préoccupations. La prochaine rencontre est censée se tenir en Guinée. Et pour qui sait ce qu'est devenu la Guinée, eh bien, c'est une junte au pouvoir. Au Burkina également, c'est la junte qui est aux affaires. Et pour que nous puissions effectuer notre déplacement ici, dans la belle capitale d'Accra, il a fallu bien sûr que nous passions par la demande d'assistance. Et je saisis également l'occasion pour dire merci à la Commission nationale allemande, si je ne me trompe, qui a bien voulu, bien sûr, assurer mon voyage et mon hébergement. Merci beaucoup. Alors, la doléance que j'ai, c'est peut-être aussi à l'endroit de la Commission nationale allemande, ou française, ou canadienne, ou gambienne, de nous aider à tenir, bien sûr, notre grande rencontre RISAO, Afrique de l'Ouest, en 2023. Alors, la Guinée qui devrait le faire n'a pas pu inscrire donc cette activité parmi les 7 requêtes du biennium 2021-22. Et pour qui connaît la situation économique des pays déstabilisés que sont le Burkina Faso et la Guinée, eh bien, les questions économiques sont très importantes. Et nous disons ici, nous lançons donc l'appel aux uns aux autres, de manière à ce que dans le cadre de la collaboration, vous puissiez nous permettre d'atteindre, bien sûr, ce grand objectif. Merci et de votre attention particulière.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur SG. A good idea, well, an idea that has come up and has been discussed is the possibility of a fund. We know it's grand, we don't know how it will be done, but a fund that NatComs willing to help other NatComs may pay into, that we can then apply to. As the Secretary General was talking, it occurred to me that if 55 countries decide to ask 3 countries for all the help, at a point we are going to be saturated. But if there is a fund that is open to all development partners, to African countries who can pay in everyone else, then that may be a point at which we can access funds to help. We put together this program also thanks to the participation program of UNESCO. I don't think it has been voiced out clearly enough. But again, that also seems to be a resource that has been used and overused. So some of these things about how to forge these partnerships to help us is necessary. Thank you. Is there any other intervention, please? Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. I've been working as SG for some time, and there's always this question that's been going on in my mind. I don't know if this is the right forum. I know we are already employees of ministries of education. We have a salary, but I feel deep down, as we are working for UNESCO, we should be given an honorarium for the work that we are being asked to do. Because sometimes we're already being overworked, like my colleague from Mauritius says. We already have other works in the international cooperation, you see, so we have a lot of work that we have to do. So I don't know, I'm just plugging this and see what happens.
Thank you very much, SG Seychelles. I think this is a good time to give Professor Hubert the floor since he wanted it.
Now it's on. Okay. Sorry, that's not me. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor at the moment when someone is calling for a honorarium. On that one, let me just remind that national commissions are national commissions, entities established by the member state, and that the national commission staff is indeed government. And I say this so clearly because we oftentimes or sometimes experience confusion, especially in member states where UNESCO doesn't have a physical presence, where then the UN entities in particular, but also sometimes the donor community, perceives NatComs as being UNESCO and not as being a government entity. So I think we should also be very clear as to who we are, what we are, and what our mandate is as national commissions. My comment was more looking at this as a session to discuss the cooperation by NatComs to support Priority Africa flagships. And the comment is really one where I would first of all recognize that the identification of the flagships has been a consultative and a political process, so they have been endorsed by the General Conference last November. But I would at the same time warn that we do not take the flagships as being the only thing to do for Africa. Let me take an example. If we take the education flagships, there are two. It is the General History of Africa and it is the Campus Africa. Very important subjects, but, and I attended in March the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, which is held every year, where governments come together to discuss the progress vis-a-vis the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. I didn't hear many member states talk about the General History of Africa or Campus Africa. I heard basically two priorities from the governments, and that is we need to support Africa's green transformation. We need to be ready when there is a next pandemic or a next global crisis that cuts us out. So the digital transformation. And I'm just signaling that these are not flagships of UNESCO in the Priority Africa. So my point is, let us also look beyond the flagships and maybe make sure that other priorities that are really key challenges in, for instance, the education sector, I would see the importance of driving up programs on ICT and education. The green transformation, I always say the first bottleneck I see for Africa in its green transformation is the capacities and the skills. So we need to think about attention and programs, stepping up programs on green skills for green jobs, TVET. And I could go on and identify a few other areas, but the message is really, let us not forget that besides the flagships Africa, there may be other important areas of work under the UNESCO mandate that we need to collaborate on. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm glad I gave you the floor now, eventually. Very important, I think Jaya said yesterday that trying to decide 6 priority flagships for 54 countries, that's no mean task. And there will always be local priorities that are not really the flagships. You would notice that when in choosing our 6 breakout sessions, we didn't exactly stick to the flagships because there were others that we considered a bit more pressing at the moment. And it is for us as NatComs to be mindful of that, know what the flagships are, but know what your country's issues are and where you would want to push. So thank you for the reminder. So no honorarium then.
Well, I would support the appeal for a honorarium, but I'm just noting that it needs to come from government.
We get it very clearly. Thank you. I think I have time for one more if there is a last intervention. Please do, please do.
Good morning, everybody. No, a little bit on the line what my colleague from Nairobi mentioned. We also feel that the 5 priorities, flagship priorities for Africa, they also can be contextualized. When we talk about general history of Africa, we don't have to do all the same activity. There is a lot of room to contextualize what part on that flagship is important for a region. For example, for us, we are doing quite a lot on the liberation movements that started when Hubert was still in Harare, and now we are pushing it up. It's general history of Africa, recent history, an important part of the history of our region. So also inside the flagship, there is room for contextualization and NatComs, then we can indeed find for us. I think I'm speaking too much.
It's not working. Yeah. Okay. Yes, if you'll allow me, I just want to add something. I mean, Hubert is right. These five flagships are not supposed to encompass everything that we are doing in Africa. I mean, even if you look at the next report if you look at the report for the next 6 months, well, for the first 6 months of 2022, you will see that, for example, under education, they have put some reporting on what they have done under the flagship, those related to education, and then the other activities that they are doing for Africa. In fact, this whole idea, I'm just giving you some background, some history, we go back a little bit. The whole idea of this flagship was that our member states were saying, we get all these reports, we don't really know what is related to Africa, what we are doing specifically for Priority Africa, and they came up with this idea of flagships a few years back, you know, because we've already had a first strategy for the period until 2021, and then this is the second one. So the whole idea was trying to craft a few that we could relate specifically to Africa. So this is just to put things in perspective and go back a little bit in history. So the idea is not to put everything under those flagships, but we are just trying to at least relate some of the work with concrete outputs as related to Priority Africa. And then, of course, as I said, you will see for yourself, because you get all these reports, that there's a lot happening outside of those flagships, but they're all contributing to Priority Africa. So thank you very much.
And with that, I think we can bring our open forum to an end.
Tunisia.
Oh, I missed that. Yes. Tunisia. SG, vous avez la parole.
Je peux parler en français.
Oui, oui, oui.
Donc, c'est la Commission nationale tunisienne. Je veux juste faire une petite remarque sur un défi auquel je me suis rendu compte grâce à cette réunion, en fait. C'est le manque de visibilité qu'on a au sein des commissions nationales. Donc, nous travaillons pratiquement sur des projets communs, nous travaillons sur un même programme, mais nous n'avons pas vraiment de visibilité des travaux les uns des autres. Donc, j'espère, grâce à cette réunion, d'avoir des stratégies réelles de partage, de collaboration, parce que nous travaillons sur un projet commun et j'espère que nous pouvons enfin synchroniser tous nos efforts pour pouvoir réaliser ce projet, parce qu'une seule commission nationale, 2 commissions nationales ne peuvent pas réaliser leurs objectifs toutes seules. Donc, on a besoin vraiment, en toute urgence, de synchroniser nos efforts pour pouvoir réaliser nos objectifs. Et merci.
Aussi. And if I could give the floor to the NatCom office, they will tell you that we have spaces on their SharePoint to put what we are doing and encourage others. But the SharePoint is not very easy to use. We have said this. Logging on, I forget every time that I have a UNESCO email address. So I try to log on and I remember, no, wrong email address. And the password must have all these. But it is there is the SharePoint. And the idea for us leaving this place is to keep at least the WhatsApp platform open. We do not want to make another strata of a sub-African NatComs office, but at least we'll keep the platform open, and even for countries that could not make it here, we can add them. And so if there is something going on in your country, or a project that you think will interest the other national commissions, you could put that there or begin. It could be the place you go to at least pick the phone number of an SG and begin a conversation on the side. That is the plan. Sir, did you want to say something?
Thank you very much. My dear colleagues, thank you very much. I just wanted to reiterate what Ahmad just said. We have communication tools available for national commissions. As you know, there is National Commissions platform. There are our weekly Thursday news digests on the activities implemented by national commissions during that last week or the weeks to come. And this news digest is shared with all the field offices, all the permanent delegations. So this way we want to give more visibility and to show that national commissions, they contribute to different programs through different roles. They're enshrined too by the Constitution of UNESCO, and we'll hear about it later today. Another problem we have, why you don't have sometimes access to the UNESCO communication tools, is because your email addresses change and they're not updated in the databases of UNESCO. So it's not only that you don't have access to communication tools, actually you don't have access to all the communication from UNESCO, because it's our unit who does the updates in the system, which is used by all the UNESCO colleagues. So please make sure that your operating current emails are conveyed to us. So first of all. And another thing, just wanted to mention, since I took the floor, that we are going to have several events during the upcoming weeks. So first of all, there will be another monthly online meeting with national commissions on 26th of September from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. as usual. This meeting is led by the CI sector. It will be dedicated to the implementation of normative instruments in communication and information, and the presentation, everything will be done by ADGCI himself. So then on 7th October, on Friday, 7 October, we will have training workshop for new Secretaries Generals of National Commissions. It will be probably in hybrid format. So if you are there, you are most welcome to come to room 9. If not, you can follow it online. And we will touch upon all the subjects most important for new Secretaries Generals, including the partnership within UNESCO with field network. I think yesterday there was some question on in this regard as well. And also participation program, logo, roles and missions of national commissions as usual. And on 10th, 11 October, we will have traditional morning morning meetings of national commissions in the margins of the executive board. So it will be in hybrid format as well, from 8:30 to 10 a.m. And we communicated all this information through our monthly newsletter. It was in September monthly newsletter, but I think since yesterday, I hear from some colleagues that they were not aware of that, which means that the emails we have, they're not operational. So thank you, and I
was just going to say that the Ghana National Commission will share with you the emails. We've had to change more than half of what you shared with us. And it was very difficult calling people to say, where can you now be reached? And so the emails that were in the system were not all correct. We still don't have a perfect list, but in convening this meeting, we managed to reach a lot of the NatComs, and we will share that with you. A personal suggestion, instead of signaling that we go to the SharePoint to read the newsletter and the digest, just attach it like you do for the monthly one. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. So an email comes that says, the newest digest has just been published. Click here to read it. Now, clicking here means you need a new email address. You need to remember your UNESCO password, and it almost never works, especially if you already have an Outlook system integrated. And so, will you consider just attaching the actual newsletter as a PDF to the mail?
In general, all the monthly letter, we send them directly from network email address. So the things that are attached, that are included in the news digest, the things that were already sent to you. We just put everything together on a weekly basis. Everything that you already should have received, you know, from the NatCom at UNESCO.org address. Yeah.
Yes, but that's exactly the point. I don't know whether it's just me. Yes, Rosie.
Thank you, Chair. I have had communication from our our National Commission's desk to the effect that there will be a training for new SGs on the 7th of October. I'm just sharing information, and perhaps it will be helpful for you to make adjustments, because many Secretaries General have been invited to Azerbaijan for a 2-week training from 25th to, I think, 7th of October. And some of the participants, the ones that have been invited, are actually new SGs that could also benefit from the training by UNESCO. Now, since the Azerbaijan meeting has already been scheduled, perhaps you may have to think about rescheduling the training in UNESCO or by UNESCO, so that people do not miss this very important training. I just thought I should let you know this. Perhaps you push it towards the end of the general conference, the executive board, or somewhere in between. Because I also know some SGs who are senior may also be invited to train the colleagues as has been the practice. And you may not have the personnel to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosie. It's a very good point, and we haven't yet shared the program of the training workshop, so it's good to consider maybe really changing the date and moving it to a later stage. Thank you.
Goes to Lesotho. You have the floor, ma'am.
Testing. Okay. Thank you very much. Matswana from the Lesotho National Commission for UNESCO. My point really is with regard to communication to headquarters. With the passing of our former SG, may his soul rest in peace, we had really a great problem with regard to communication because his email was not accessible. So all the communication was sent to his email, and one of our colleagues who had the second email was also submitted to UNESCO. She's also no longer with the NatCom, so it really became a great challenge to get communication from headquarters. I tried communicating that couple of times with the email that is given on UNESCO's communication. Really, it became a problem to even get the password in order to access other information that we are supposed to get to the NatCom platforms. So even now, I still don't have that access. We still don't have access to the NatCom platform as Lesotho National Commission. So I think the issue of transition, when there is change, there's got to be an easy way to really get that passed through so that there is change quickly as quick as possible in order not to miss things. Thank you.
I said absolute last word, but it's Mr. Diallo. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry, I'm availing this opportunity, this unique opportunity. 2 things. Yesterday, I think we have not shared enough about from the UN perspective. We value diversity, UNESCO, it's the first thing, but we are not working in isolation. Wherever we are part of a UN response to support a country. We are part of a UN response to a country, and this is channeled only by the presence of UNESCO or the representative by the coordinators when we don't have a presence. So this is very important because I heard from some of the discussion, representation, who is going, who is speaking. It's important to remind that. And we are in the era of the reform, a new reform, very competitive. So we have to be very meaningful and clear about our presence. And this is the RC here, Charles Abani was here, and he was highlighting and appreciating your support in pushing and helping the UNESCO to be, it has its footprint waiting in the response. So that is very important. The second point I wanted to add, it's about diversity and what makes our uniqueness, your presence. And I remember when I joined UNESCO, we were always highlighting this variety of the family, the network, the chairs, the clubs, the associated schools, now the category 2 center. But with the years, it diminished, and we are not using it enough. And there we can make the difference, and there you have the whole power, actually, to animate all this wide spectrum of partners. But I know that from headquarters before we used to have big sections working on that. Before we used to work with parliamentarians, with NGOs, etc., actively. But there's a wide platform for you, for NatComs, really to animate this platform that can make really the difference of our presence in the countries. Thank you.
Us to the end of that session. I thank you. I also thank you for agreeing to let us finish today at 5:30 instead of the advertised 4:30. We really need the extra hour. And for coming back from lunch whenever we have it promptly at the agreed time. We now move to the session on fostering cooperation among national commissions for UNESCO. Points have been made during this open forum that I believe will be answered in part by some of these presentations. I propose that we take the first two and then go for lunch and come back and take the next three. So if there are no objections to this, and I see none, I have the pleasure now to invite Janine Hausmann from the German National Commission to present on cooperating with African National Commissions, opportunities and lessons learned.
Might be a bit challenging for the people in the first row, to but we, yeah, I will. All right. So, dear Secretary General, directors, Secretary Generals, and colleagues, let me first of all say that for the German National Commission, it's a great honor that we've been invited to your regional meeting, and also that for me personally, it's a great pleasure that I can be with you here in Ghana. I was asked by the Ghana National Commission to give a presentation on the German National Commission's cooperation with African NatComs, and I would, oh, it's interesting. That's not the presentation. I don't take that as a sign. No, I would like to do so by first giving you a short overview of our collaborations with African NatComs, and then presenting one program a bit more in detail, and then finally, in the end, to give you a short summary of some experiences we have made over the years with regard to opportunities and lessons. So the German NatCom has been cooperating with national commissions in Sub-Saharan Africa since 2008 with Eastern African NatComs, and since 2012 with Southern African NatComs. You might ask, why are we doing this? The answer can be found on different levels, actually. Sorry, not. Ah, could see myself twice. Okay. Okay, now the layout is a bit different, but I think it still should work. Yeah, so the reason why we are cooperating with African can be found on different levels. The level of UNESCO, as you all might know, international cooperation is of. Is the sound right? Because I no. Okay, I hope by the end of the presentation we will manage. All right, next try. Yeah, well, as you all probably know, cooperation international cooperation is part of National Commission's mandate. This has already been stated in the Charter of National Commissions from 1978 and has been repeated in many other documents. Also in the new midterm strategy, it is emphasized the important role that national commissions and the cooperation among them can play for multilateralism. And why are we cooperating in particular with national commissions in Africa? This is of course because of Global Priority Africa, but also because the German federal government has declared Africa as a priority region for our foreign policy ever since 2007 and 2008. And at the level of the German National Commission, as part of the agreement that we are having with our Foreign Office, cooperation is mentioned there very strongly, and that means that also a dedicated part of the core funding that we are receiving from our foreign ministry is dedicated to the international cooperation projects. The goals of our international corporations are, on the one hand, that we want to support national commissions in strengthening their institutional structures, but also more broadly to promote bi- and multilateral cooperation between NatComs, and finally also to support NatComs in increasing their societal and political impact and visibility towards, on the one hand, civil society in their countries, but also their ministries and UNESCO itself. In our cooperation, we've developed different formats over the years. On the one hand, there's our support to sub-regional meetings. Since 2008, we've been supporting sub-regional meetings in Eastern Africa. We always do this together with a NatCom from the region that is then hosting the meeting. So we are the co-organizers there. Same is true for the region of Southern Africa, where we started a couple of years later. These sub-regional meetings that used to be held annually were unfortunately interrupted by the COVID pandemic. And so we're very happy that tomorrow we can resume at least the sub-regional meeting with Eastern African National Commissions here in Accra. And of course we hope that also next year we can restart our cooperation with the Southern African National Commissions. Apart from this, we are providing technical and financial support for bilateral cooperation projects. These projects can cover any topic in the areas of competence of UNESCO. They're usually rather small projects that just last several months. This year, for example, we are cooperating with Uganda NatCom that is implementing a project, a sub-regional project on the Eastern African Community of Practice for SDG 4.7. We have just signed an agreement with the sound is, no. It keeps being tricky. I will just continue. With the colleagues from Kenya NatCom on cultural statistics, and also with Ghana NatCom, of course, on a project to support capacity building workshops for journalists in Ghana to counter disinformation. Maybe, yeah, I feel a bit mobbed by that one, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Amma. Apart from these rather small projects, we are also implementing bigger programs. These are not funded by our Foreign Office, but by third parties. They are usually 2 to 3 years long, and of course much bigger also in volume. Currently, we have 2 of these programs. We touched on one of these briefly yesterday when we were discussing the topic of youth unemployment. Ever since 2011, we've been working on the STEP program. That's a program to foster entrepreneurship education for university students. So the aim is to give them the skills, but also the right mindset so that they become entrepreneurs once that they've graduated. So the idea is that instead of job seekers, we create job creators. That's a bit the slogan. And it's a very practical program where the students also can, in the course of the program, can fund their own micro business and just like experiment what it's like to be an entrepreneur. And we've implemented this program jointly, firstly with the Liberian National Commission, but also with the national commissions in Kenya, Uganda, and Lesotho. And now since 2018, we've been working with our colleagues from the South African National Commission and are currently implementing the program at 3 universities in South Africa. Another way of cooperating with African NatComs is via our youth volunteers. You might have seen yesterday and today a few young German faces around here. They are like our brand new youth volunteers that have just arrived on Sunday to Ghana. For Ghana, I think it's 6 of them in total. They will stay at the National Commission, but also at, I think, 4 or 5 different biosphere reserves in Ghana for 6 to 12 months and support the work of these organizations. And finally, from time to time, we also have what we call special initiatives. The last one was the initiative SOS African Heritage that we were able to implement in 2020 and in 2021. That was a response to the COVID crisis and the effects it had on World Heritage sites and biosphere reserves in Africa. And so in total in 2020 and 2021, we were able to support over 30 sites all across Africa to find ways to counter the negative effects of the COVID pandemic. And we were very happy that in 2021 this initiative was joined by our colleagues from Canada, so that it became a joint initiative. And we think it was a very good experience. We would like to explore that further, bring several partners on board. Here it's just, oh, it's very small, I see. It's just a little timeline, so you can see that our engagement, it has evolved over the time, starting in 2008 with the bilateral programs and the sub-regional meetings in Eastern Africa, and sending the first youth volunteers to NatComs in 2009, starting the entrepreneurship trainings in 2011, and then also the sub-regional meetings in Southern Africa in 2012. In 2018, we started our support to the MAP program in Southern Africa. This is, apart from the STEP program, the second big program we are currently implementing, and I will say a few more words on this in a second. And in 2019, we have also broadened our youth volunteer program so that it's not only cultural institutions anymore where we are sending our youth, but also organizations that are engaged in nature conservation. That's why since 2019 we are also sending our volunteers to biosphere reserves. Finally, as just mentioned, in 2020 we started the SOS African Heritage Initiative. And now, last year, we had a huge structural reform at the German National Commission, and as a result, we now have a new division that is specifically there to coordinate all our international cooperation programs, and that's actually why I'm here. And so in our division, we are responsible for all the aforementioned projects and programs, except for the youth volunteers. I would just like to give you some more details on the support program to the MAP program in the SADC region. Picture became a bit blurry. The program is being funded by the German Federal Agency for Nature Conservation. We are currently in the second phase of the program, that is from 2020 to 2022. So it's coming to an end by the end of this year, but we hope, of course, that we can continue. We are currently in discussions with the Federal Agency for Nature Conservation. It is focusing on 9 countries in Southern Africa, and the aims are to support, on the one hand, the designation of new UNESCO biosphere reserves, and on the other hand, also to support the quality assurance and the enhancement of existing biosphere reserves. And I can say that we are also very happy that ever since we started the project in 3 of our partner countries, there have been designated new biosphere reserves in Lesotho, Zambia, and Eswatini. And we think that's really a great success for the region. And Zimbabwe, with the help of UNESCO Rosa too, yes. The activities that we are doing under this program are three. On the one hand, also there we are organizing sub-regional meetings for MAP actors. We also do this always in cooperation with a NatCom from the region. So just 3 weeks ago, we were able to meet in Eswatini, where our colleagues from the Eswatini NatCom were the host of the meeting for 3 days and had a very intense discussions with all the actors from the region. But we also support bilateral projects. So it's that our partners from the NatComs approach us with their ideas, what should be done in order to promote the biosphere reserves in their country. It can be all sorts of projects, might be hiring a consultant for the nomination process, but also to conduct community assessments or to organize stakeholder workshops, very different things. And finally, we also organize knowledge sharing among the partners. We do this by policy briefs, but also fact sheets, and we've just started a little series of workshops that are focusing on specific issues that are relevant for the actors in the region. When it comes to the opportunities that we see in a strengthened international cooperation between NatComs, we must mention that that comes as no surprise, that sub-regional meetings are really important for joint initiatives. I think we've all experienced also today and yesterday that there is a lot of room for knowledge sharing at these sub-regional meetings, but it's not only about knowledge sharing. If we really want to develop joint initiatives, it's really necessary also, that's at least what we think, to meet in person and to have the time and the space to discuss them in more detail. Rosie, if I'm not wrong, also the idea of the Eastern African community of practice was also first discussed at one of the sub-regional meetings. And so we think that is a very important function of these meetings too. We also think that there's a really huge potential for knowledge sharing between national commissions. We've just heard all the efforts that headquarters is making to support the knowledge sharing between national commissions, but at a global level. But we think that also at a regional and sub-regional level, we can really learn a lot from each other. And so we think it's important that we think of more ways apart from the sub-regional meetings of how we can foster the exchange among the national commissions. And maybe it doesn't have to be something very complicated. Maybe it just, as Amma said, it can be a WhatsApp group. But I think we should really make more use of the potential that is there in the national commissions. And something that is also very important to us is that we always keep in mind that there is a big number of really highly qualified experts in the region. In many of our projects, partner NatComs ask us to fund a consultant to help them for a specific task. And quite often they suggest that we should import an expert from the north. But our experience is that in many cases you really have excellent experts in the region, and so that's something that's important to us. Whenever possible, we would like to strengthen their role also. And finally, I think it's always also important to stress that the national commissions really can be confident of their role as a link and an important bridge to all the regional networks. In all the cooperation projects we do, we always work with the national commission and then facilitate the access to their networks, for example in a STEP program, to their local universities, etc. And so they are really in a unique position. Over the years, we have, of course, also learned some lessons when cooperating with you. The first and maybe most important lesson is that we really have to stick to a demand-driven approach. So whenever we set up a cooperation project, it's the national commissions that approach us with their ideas, and then we will try to make it work. But it does make no sense that we try to convince you of an idea what we think would be great to do in your country. So that is for us a really crucial success factor, that the ideas are coming from the national commissions in the region. Nevertheless, we realized that sometimes co-creation really is important for the success of the project. This is particularly true for national commissions who are maybe small or who have not gained much experience in international cooperation projects so far. We don't expect our partners to come like with a perfect project proposal to us. This happens sometimes, of course, but it's also fine for us if you just address us with an idea, and then we can jointly develop the project, and you have all the knowledge of the context and the needs, and we have the experience in how to set up such a project. And we hope, of course, that that can also help to build some capacities at your national commissions on how to conduct such an international cooperation project. And I think all the national commissions that have worked with us can assure you that once that you have managed to satisfy our external auditors in terms of budget plans and financial reports, I'm sure you can deal with any other organization too. Thirdly, another important point for us, what we learned, is that the establishment of successful and trustful partnerships really requires time and commitment. It was mentioned by our colleagues from Kenya yesterday in another session that there's no process without a challenge, and that we should never be disencouraged by these challenges. And that's also a lesson we learned, that there will always be some complications and delays, and that is just part of the process. We have our bureaucracy, you have yours, and it's sometimes not easy to harmonize the requirements, but as long as we take our time and commit to it, in the end we will always find a solution. That's at least what we've learned. And to conclude, what we've also learned is that for the project success, people really matter. And at your national commissions, they are working really highly engaged staff, and so for us, that's really a huge success factor for project when we have the right partner who really wants to implement the project. For us, it's impressive how all the obstacles that you might face in your countries, be it politically or also in terms of natural disasters, I think we've had it all. What can happen has happened in the last years, and for us, it was really impressive to see how you managed to overcome these obstacles, but it depends very much on the people involved. So that was the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you have one or two questions for Janine, we'll take it now. If there is a contribution, especially for the countries that the German NatCom has worked in as well. Just about 3 minutes for that, and then we'll move on. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just want to take this opportunity really to thank the National Commission for the German National Commission for their support. Sometimes on the ground, the implementation, particularly the red tape with regard to, let's say, for instance, the issues of finances, accessing them and actually disseminating the funds to the implementers, which are our partners, can be a bit of a challenge, and really that requires so much patience from both ends. The experience has taught us that even though, of course, we do know that we work within timelines and all that, but the situation on the ground can force you to delay. And also, I think the other thing that has become the challenge of late is the issue of the budget, sticking to the budget, which is the greatest, one of the important things, but it's a challenge because, for instance, in our case, let's make an example of the issue of transport. You find that we, as a state party, we are going to provide the project with transport. But when it comes time to implement, there's no transport. Now we have to find ways to make sure that we accommodate such challenges. So I'd really like to take the advantage to thank the German Commission for their support and really wish that we continue, even with other partners, national commissions, really the cooperation we have learned that it's very important. We learn a lot from each other. Thank you.
Thank you. And very quickly, Kenya, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Janine. We just want to make a comment, really not very much of a question. And we must say, first of all, thank you very much, Kenya, for Kenya. We have interacted very much with the German NatCom in very many areas, but I want to focus on the exchange program, the Cool to Eight, which is very, very useful, and sometimes the way it works is very interesting and very encouraging, and would wish perhaps this now becomes a question. How can we expand this to the extent that then we can have such exchanges, say for instance between Kenya and Uganda, and how then the German NatCom can support such, or where the Kenyan students also go to German. I know we have debated this before, but I want to mention it because we are now in a group, so that then we are able to share as NatComs within Africa. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very much, and Dankeschön. My question is, can you assess a little bit what's the budget in a biennium of the support to NatCom, and how, from the German overall perspective, how do you make, because you contribute to UNESCO, you have voluntary contribution to UNESCO, and how do you make the difference, I will say, and how you assess this investment with this direct cooperation with national commissions in the activities? Because some activities where you think that maybe they are more placed to do the impact, the difference, or how do you make that? Because I see some activities, I'm questioning about sometimes I may think of some entities in the government in a country that may be the direct recipient or actor for this kind of activity. So I'm wondering how you discuss, or is it the result of a discussion with them on that? Thank you.
Sudan, you have the floor. Wafa, you need to press it to switch it on. Someone is coming to help you. It's on.
I would like to thank the German National Commission for their cooperation with the Sudanese National Commission and their support to heritage sites to conduct a study on the impact of COVID-19 on the cultural heritage sites. Thanks a lot for them.
You short and sweet. Was there another? Cast in Liberia, you have the floor.
Yes, we are very happy from Liberia that the German National Commission carried a STEP program for non-business university students. And now some of our medical students now that graduated, the doctors now have their clinics. Those that did pharmacy, they have their various pharmacies around. And we hope that we could collaborate in a different program. Thank you.
And finally, Rotini.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would also like to thank the German Commission for UNESCO for the partnership we have as a country, as Eswatini and German. Due to the support we get from the German Commission for UNESCO, we now have at least one biosphere reserve in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and Rosie, no, okay. I see Uganda and Cameroon, but the restaurant is not as nice as I am. They tell us they need to close at 3 p.m. and they have been waiting for us. I'll briefly take these two, then we stop here, go to lunch. It will be a quick affair, please bear with me, and then we come right back. You will bear with me that the conversation is getting interesting. And so Uganda and then Cameroon. Was it Cameroon? Over to you, yes, Rosie.
Yes, thank you very much, Janine. And thank you for the cooperation we have had since 2008. I know you've mentioned quite a number, but I would like to find out whether we can still have the opportunity to benefit from more support on STEP. Because I know we did quite a number of things, but it didn't quite get to the number of universities that we had wanted to reach out to. So I thought I could ask you whether we could put in a request for some continuation, because it's a very good initiative that we shouldn't just let it die. Thank you.
You, and finally Cameroon, if I'm not mistaken.
Merci Madame le Secrétaire Général de me passer la parole. Je voudrais d'abord dire merci à Janine pour les informations qu'elle vient de mettre à notre disposition et dire que le Cameroun aura vraiment besoin de la collaboration avec la Commission nationale allemande, surtout dans les programmes MAP et Géosciences et Géoparc, compte tenu de du grand nombre de réserves que nous avons et des catastrophes que nous avons connues depuis plusieurs décennies. Je vous remercie.
Very much. And with that, just a quick announcement. Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Kindly wait behind for an important announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we can now go for lunch.
Should I reply?
Do pardon me.
No, I will do this very quick. I don't want to be the one standing between you and lunch, actually. Now, regarding the question from Kenya, Kulturweit, we know, of course, that it's a bit unfortunately that by now it's mainly young Germans going to your countries and not so much vice versa. There is a small program vice versa, and I know that my colleagues who are handling the Kulturweit program would really love to have that on an equal level. But as you certainly know, it's mainly due to the visa issue that makes it so complicated, which is really unfair. But I might also mention that we now have this new program where we are building teams of a young German and a young African person, and they jointly work on a topic that has to do with colonialism, and they both work together at a German organization where they work on the colonialist past of this organization and trying to help overcome and make this organization aware of what happened during the colonial times. So at least there we have this pairing of German and African youth, but you are totally right that it would of course be great to have this also in general for the Kulturweit program. Yeah, Mr. Diallo, if I get your question right, and please correct me if I'm not, I might have to explain that the German National Commission is quite in a specific situation because we are an somehow independent entity. We are not under one of our ministries, but we are organized as legally as an association. So our status is that of an NGO actually. And that means that by our agreement with the Foreign Office, we are receiving the funds, and it's basically the decision of the Foreign Office what do they want to provide to UNESCO directly and what do they want to channel via the National Commission. And it's of course rather small. The budget that we have for international cooperation is changing every year, but I think this year it's around 100,000 euro. And we are technically not allowed to forward any funds to UNESCO itself. We can only support national commissions, and so that is somehow the strategy of our foreign ministry. And with regard to the STEP program, it is, as I mentioned, it has been funded by a private German foundation, and we are, for now, we'll be implementing it in South Africa until 2024. But we will, of course, keep engaged in the discussions with the foundation to see how we can also bring it to other regions, to West Africa, but also back to East Africa, and we'll see how this evolves. And I know that also headquarters has a huge interest in further promoting the entrepreneurship education, so we will try to seek for ways to make that happen. But so far, I can't give you any really concrete details yet. It's still under discussion. I think that was it so far, as brief as I could.
No, you did well. And may I say, Germany is a victim of their own popularity. We all love you because you help us so much. So thank you very much. And now finally, we can go for lunch. The coupons will be there to facilitate easy movement. And please, the countries I mentioned, kindly wait behind briefly. Thank you very much, Janine. We are coming back. Can we do this in 45 minutes? Do we think it's possible? We will try. 2:45 to come back here. Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star is calling. Follow the stars and let them take you on a journey of our people. The country where the sun shines on all 365 days of the year. Capturing the stories of our kings and queens above. Experience our castles and forts built on the sweat of a people full of dignity. I am Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo, and I'm the proud president of the country at the center of the world, Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage, where nature is incredible, adventure is everywhere, and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
they can hear you and note it down. This is an example of a program just like the German that has gone on over years, past a decade, and is still going strong. They tell us they are doing a review now to see what else, whether it's still going to be the bridge or another one. If there are no comments now, I'd like then, with your permission, to invite now Alexander Navarro, Secretary General of, oh, there is a start. Please start setting up. Alexander, you can start setting up. Yes, Malawi, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing Malawi. My name is David Mlera from Malawi National Commission for Unesco. I just wanted to echo what you have just said about this kind of partnership by the Koreans and also the Germans, what they shared, and also probably that what we also hear from the French and others. This is the way to go in as far as is this, can I be heard? All right.
Hello.
Yeah, I was saying that this is the way to go in as far as the national commissions are concerned, because as we were discussing this morning about global priority Africa and how we can translate the international agreements, the agreements that we're making at the Africa regional level into practical outcomes, tangible impact on the ground. I think this is the way to go. Apart from addressing the issues at hand, for example, on transforming education, we are talking of inclusivity, reaching out to the vulnerable, like what John was sharing in the presentation there, because the Bridge Project is trying to reach out to the vulnerable. But apart from that, there is also a very important component in the implementation of the program, that is strengthening the national commissions in terms of like project proposal development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. The national commissions are capacitated, they're involved in the processes to strengthen their skills, their capacities in the management of the projects in that regard. So that's also another very important aspect of the project. Apart from that, the issue of visibility. National commissions are also involved to capacitate their skills in the visibility issues, and also networking at the national level. For example, the Bridge Project involves a number of partners from the various ministries that are involved in education delivery. So the national commissions are at the center, bringing all the partners together, and in the process, they are also capacitated to play their role of mobilizing partners effectively. So I also just wanted to add those are some of the positive aspects of the project. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
And thank you very much. This is what we are talking about. It's about cooperation, not doing it for you, but doing it together. And this is a good example. Thank you very much. And I believe we are ready now for your presentation, Alexander.
Yes. Est-ce que vous... Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Chers collègues, je tenais tout d'abord à remercier et à féliciter de nouveau la Commission nationale du Ghana pour l'organisation de cette magnifique réunion si importante et me faire l'honneur de cette invitation à intervenir aujourd'hui. Je vais faire la présentation en français parce que nous avons avec nous des excellents interprètes Donc je souhaitais également les remercier et les féliciter pour leur travail. Et pour cette présentation aujourd'hui sur le rôle et mission des commissions nationales, je souhaitais introduire une brochure que nous avons publiée à la Commission française avec le travail du secrétariat et le réseau mondial des commissions nationales, une brochure précisément sur le rôle et mission des commissions nationales. Une brochure qui a été publiée en 6 langues, que vous trouverez sur le site de l'Unesco, sur la plateforme des commissions nationales, sur le site de la Commission française, et qui sera également partagée en version numérique avec tous les intervenants. J'ai pris avec moi ce que j'ai pu prendre dans ma valise, donc quelques exemplaires que je vais faire circuler. Mais en tout cas, vous recevrez chacun, toutes et tous, cette brochure dans les langues correspondantes. Alors, un petit mot de contexte par rapport à cette brochure sur le rôle et mission des commissions nationales qui a été pensée pendant la transformation stratégique de l'UNESCO, c'est-à-dire pendant l'effort de revitalisation de l'organisation, où il était précisément question de remettre le lien entre les commissions nationales et la stratégie à moyen terme, puis de connecter également le travail des commissions nationales avec les objectifs de développement durable. Donc c'était dans ce contexte-là que nous avons pensé réaliser cette brochure et pour laquelle nous avions 4 objectifs en tête. Le premier objectif, c'est précisément ce dont nous avons discuté hier, c'était de rappeler le rôle constitutionnel des commissions nationales. Donc au-delà, bien évidemment, de l'article 7 de l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO qui mentionne la création nécessaire d'une commission nationale dans les États membres, les rôles et missions des commissions nationales sont adoptés par le Conseil exécutif et la Conférence générale. C'est-à-dire que c'est des rôles qui nous incombent, pour lesquels, je dirais, nous avons l'obligation de mettre en œuvre. Et donc c'est un rôle en cela statutaire. C'est des décisions qui sont prises par les États membres et sur lesquelles nous avons des missions à mettre en œuvre pour les États membres et pour l'organisation. Donc il ne s'agit pas d'un rôle de partenariat, mais bien d'une mission statutaire. C'était le premier objectif lorsque nous avons pensé de mettre en œuvre ce projet de brochure. Le deuxième objectif était de rappeler la valeur ajoutée des commissions nationales, bien évidemment dans le travail de l'UNESCO, dans le système des Nations Unies, mais aussi, on va y revenir, de démontrer une charge croissante de ces rôles et missions des commissions nationales, telles qu'elles sont adoptées par les conseils exécutifs, la conférence générale et les organes directeurs. Il était question également de la visibilité de ce rôle et mission des commissions nationales, et je préciserai une visibilité nécessaire d'un point de vue global. C'est-à-dire que lorsque nous travaillons avec un bureau hors siège, lorsque nous travaillons avec un programme ou avec un secteur de l'UNESCO, celui-ci n'a pas forcément nécessairement connaissance de l'intégralité de notre champ d'action et du champ des possibles, finalement, de ce que les commissions nationales peuvent et doivent faire dans la mise en œuvre au niveau national. Donc c'était aussi cette question de visibilité. Et le dernier point, qui fait suite aux discussions que nous avons eues aujourd'hui, qui est celui de la mobilisation également des fonds, mobilisation des partenariats, mobilisation des ressources. Parce que bien évidemment, lorsque des États membres adoptent au Conseil exécutif et à la Conférence générale des missions qui sont conférées aux commissions nationales, il faut que, pour mettre en œuvre ces missions, il faut des ressources nécessaires adaptées. Et cela doit être bien sûr pensé en amont. C'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas après l'adoption de la mise en œuvre de certaines missions par les commissions nationales qu'il faut penser à adapter les budgets et les ressources nécessaires, mais c'est bien en amont qu'il faut engager cette réflexion. Et plus largement, lorsque nous mobilisons des partenaires mécènes, des entreprises, des fondations, ça nous permet aussi d'avoir cette cartographie de notre champ d'action. C'est-à-dire que dans les différents secteurs, dans les différents champs de compétences de la Commission nationale, à quel levier nous pouvons intervenir et en quel lien, en quelle coopération nous pouvons engager également ces partenariats avec des fondations ou des mécènes. Un travail que nous avons voulu également, suivant 4 caractéristiques, qui était d'abord un travail collectif. C'est un travail, pour le préciser, qui a pris à peu près 3 ans, au moment où il a été pensé, au moment où on a commencé à collecter les informations, c'est-à-dire à les chercher dans les textes normatifs, dans les résolutions du Conseil exécutif, dans les décisions de la Conférence générale, dans les chartes des commissions nationales, donc dans tous les textes produits par l'UNESCO d'un point de vue statutaire, nous avons commencé à collecter toutes ces données. Après, il a fallu, je dirais, les traduire, c'est-à-dire prendre ce langage unesquien et le rendre accessible au commun des mortels, au grand public. Donc là, il y a eu un travail également de rédaction, de traduction, je dirais, de l'unesquien vers le terrien, vers voilà, la mobilisation du public en tout cas. Et un travail également qui a engagé après une coopération, et pour cela j'en suis fortement reconnaissant avec le secrétariat, sur lequel, entre divisions, entre secteurs, en particulier avec PAX, nous avons pu finalement croiser les données et les informations et engager une consultation à la fois au niveau régional et au niveau mondial. C'est-à-dire que le texte a été partagé dans son intégralité avec le réseau mondial des commissions nationales, et chaque commission nationale qui le souhaitait a pu nous faire un retour qui a été intégré dans le dispositif. Donc l'idée était vraiment d'avoir un travail collectif qui rassemble, je dirais, l'intégralité du champ d'action des compétences des commissions nationales dans leur plus grande cartographie au niveau mondial. Une deuxième caractéristique est bien sûr que ce travail est indicatif. Ce n'est pas un travail qui est réglementaire. Bien évidemment, chaque État reste souverain dans la définition de sa commission nationale et dans la mise en œuvre au niveau national. Mais ça démontre, encore une fois, la possibilité d'avoir un travail comparatif, de voir l'intégralité du champ d'action possible d'une commission nationale. Et je le préciserai également que c'est un travail donc, qui a été achevé en 2020, mais un travail qui nécessite d'être évolutif, parce que depuis 2020, de nouvelles missions ont été confiées aux commissions nationales, adoptées par le Conseil exécutif et conférence générale. On va le voir, c'est là également un rôle croissant des commissions nationales. Donc, dès 2022, c'est-à-dire dès ce moment, cette brochure serait déjà à mettre en actualité, à actualiser avec des nouvelles charges, des nouvelles responsabilités qui incombent aux commissions nationales. Alors, je ne vais pas présenter l'intégralité de la brochure, par manque de temps, et aussi parce que celle-ci va circuler, mais je voudrais peut-être revenir sur, d'une part, dans un premier temps, le sommaire. Dans 5 rôles que nous avons identifiés. Donc, dans ce travail de compilation d'à peu près 110 rôles précisés dans les textes normatifs de l'Unesco, 110 rôles précisés dans les textes normatifs de l'Unesco, nous avons identifié 5 rôles majeurs de liaison, de coordination, de consultation, de représentation et que nous lions avec le rôle d'exécution, on va voir pourquoi, et de rôle d'information. Alors, sur le premier rôle de liaison, il s'agit du travail dont nous avons largement discuté pendant ces journées, de la liaison engagée avec les États membres, avec les délégations permanentes, avec le réseau des commissions nationales, ce que nous faisons ici aujourd'hui, avec les bureaux hors siège, nous y reviendrons, et plus largement avec les acteurs de la société civile, qu'elles prennent la forme d'ONG, de fondations, et je vais trop vite, de fondations ou d'acteurs, je dirais, multiformes, de par leur rôle institutionnel, scientifique, académique ou culturel. À la lecture de ce rôle de liaison, je dirais qu'il pourrait s'agir à la fois de faire remonter les initiatives de la société civile d'un État membre auprès de l'Unesco, mais également de faire redescendre les valeurs et les programmes de l'Unesco au niveau de la société civile. Donc on est ici vraiment dans ce rôle de liaison, et plus largement, lorsque je présente le travail de la Commission française, je parle souvent de porte d'entrée de l'Unesco, c'est-à-dire dans une triangulation entre l'organisation intergouvernementale, la société civile et les autorités publiques. Donc dans ce triangle-là, nous serions au milieu précisément de ce triangle, et je dirais à l'interface, à cette porte d'entrée de circulation, en tout cas de ces acteurs. Pour ce qui est du travail, par exemple, qui est fait ces journées, qui a été également présenté avec brio par la commission allemande et à l'instant par la commission coréenne, on est tout à fait dans ce travail de liaison avec le réseau des commissions nationales. Donc c'est développer la coopération et la mise en réseau des commissions nationales en vue d'améliorer la coopération sous-régionale et interrégionale dans les domaines de compétences de l'Unesco, établir et maintenir différents types de réseaux, de liens, de partenariats entre commissions nationales, entretenir des relations avec les autres commissions nationales et avec les autres réseaux sous-régionaux, régionaux, interrégionaux des commissions nationales. Donc je précise que pour chacun de ces points, il y a une adoption d'un texte normatif qui confère ce rôle. Voilà, donc on a vu un tableau Excel de suivi de plusieurs onglets, de dizaines d'onglets, qui nous permettaient pour chaque point d'avoir le texte précis, normatif, qui détaille et qui définit la mission qui est précisée ici. En tout cas, on voit très bien que cette coopération qui est engagée, qui a été discutée ces journées, rentre dans ce rôle de liaison. Et pour ce qui est des discussions sur les bureaux hors siège, je précise qu'il y a une directive qui a été adoptée pour l'interface et coopération entre les bureaux hors siège et les commissions nationales. Et que cette directive fixe les responsabilités mutuelles en matière d'échange d'informations, de consultation bilatérale, de participation à des événements, de consultation sur les documents C4, C5, de consultation au niveau national et sous-régional et de partenariat. Donc on est effectivement ici dans ce rôle de liaison. Le second rôle qui a été identifié est celui de coordination. Alors il s'agit d'abord, je dirais, de la coordination des réseaux nationaux et également des comités nationaux. Alors on a pu en discuter dans le secteur de l'éducation, il s'agit bien sûr de la coordination des écoles associées, la coordination des chaires UNESCO, la coordination des clubs pour l'UNESCO. Alors ici, c'est association, centre et club, donc sous l'ancienne appellation. Mais plus largement, et par ailleurs, donc le travail qui a été fait aussi sur Campus Africa, par exemple, rentrerait tout à fait dans ce rôle de liaison, d'interface avec les universités et les bureaux régionaux. Et dans le domaine des sciences, en tout cas dans la mise en œuvre de comités nationaux, il peut s'agir par exemple de créer un comité national du PHI, de coordonner un comité national du PHI, un comité national de la COI, un comité national des géoparcs, un comité national des réserves de biosphère. Dans le domaine du patrimoine, il est par exemple encouragé la création d'associations des gestionnaires de biens dans le domaine du patrimoine, identique à la mémoire du monde, de création de comités nationaux du programme de la mémoire du monde, comités nationaux de programme de la culture immatérielle. Donc on est ici dans un rôle finalement de coordination au niveau national, mais qui s'accompagne à chaque fois d'une dimension internationale. C'est-à-dire que lorsque des éléments, en tout cas des gestionnaires de sites, de biens, nous contactent pour avoir effectivement une inscription dans un des registres ou dans un des labels, souvent nous encourageons à ce que ce soit une inscription transnationale, et donc on joue ce rôle de coordination et de lien avec des commissions nationales qui sont concernées par ce type de biens et d'éléments inscrits. À titre d'exemple, on a été dernièrement sollicité par le mouvement ATD Quart-Monde pour inscrire les archives d'ATD Quart-Monde au programme Mémoire du Monde, et c'est quelque chose que l'on a fait en excellente coopération avec le Burkina Faso, et dont je salue tout à l'heure l'excellente présentation également qui a été faite sur la nécessité de renforcer les coopérations sous-régionales entre écoles associées. En tout cas, il y a déjà ce travail sur le programme Mémoire du Monde qui a été engagé avec des inscriptions conjointes. Donc on est ici précisément dans ce rôle de coordination, à la fois au niveau national, mais aussi d'implication d'acteurs au niveau international. Le troisième rôle identifié est celui de consultation. Alors il peut s'agir dans un premier temps d'un travail autour de l'adoption du C4, C5, en tout cas des recommandations qui sont formulées par les États membres sur le C4, C5. Ici par exemple, dans le cas de la Commission française, lorsque la France a présenté sa contribution sur le C4, C5, nous avons lancé une consultation nationale de tous les réseaux de l'UNESCO en France pour consolider l'expérience de terrain de ces acteurs, les porter à la contribution des ministères et des autorités publiques pour que la réponse qui soit celle de l'État membre comprenne à la fois la dimension ministérielle, mais également le volet d'acteurs et de coopération de réseau. Donc ici, on est dans ce rôle de consultation. Et il peut s'agir plus largement du travail de mise en œuvre des instruments normatifs, c'est-à-dire du suivi des conventions, des déclarations, des recommandations. Par exemple, sur la Convention 2005, de la même façon, lorsqu'il y a le bilan quadriennal qui est proposé par l'État membre, nous l'avons ouvert au dispositif de la société civile en impliquant notamment les industries culturelles et créatives. Donc dans ce rôle de consultation, je préciserai en tout cas que depuis le début d'année 2022, nous avons compté à peu près 40 consultations qui sont arrivées à la Commission française, dans tous les champs de compétences, et sur lesquels on doit soit apporter, je dirais, une réponse, c'est-à-dire traiter directement la consultation, lorsqu'il s'agit d'un programme ou d'une consultation qui est directement en lien avec cette commission, par exemple la consultation que nous avons eue dernièrement sur les orientations du réseau des chaires UNESCO, mais aussi plus largement parfois lorsque c'est sur des sujets thématiques comme l'éducation à la petite enfance ou les ressources éducatives libres, de porter finalement des réponses qui sont de l'ordre du comité interministériel et qui engagent les experts et les commissions nationales. Donc on est ici effectivement dans le suivi de la mise en œuvre des instruments normatifs et dans un travail de consultation pour lequel par ailleurs le plaidoyer qui a été discuté également ces derniers jours pour intégrer l'histoire générale de l'Afrique dans les cursus et dans les programmes des ministères rentre parfaitement. Dans tout ce travail de consultation, il y a également un rôle très important qui est mené par les commissions nationales, bien évidemment sur l'inscription de journées, d'années, de décennies internationales. On le sait sur les célébrations d'anniversaire, qui sont effectivement à la charge des commissions nationales, le programme de participation, le programme des bourses UNESCO. Et plus largement, ici, nous avions présenté, en 2020, l'autorisation de l'usage de l'UNESCO au niveau national. Or, on le voit bien, depuis la mise en œuvre de la dernière charte graphique de l'UNESCO, c'est davantage un rôle d'exécution qui nous est confié qu'un rôle de consultation. C'est-à-dire que le rôle qui est le nôtre, qui est de veiller au bon usage réglementaire et statutaire du nom de l'UNESCO et de l'usage du logo de l'UNESCO, c'est par définition un rôle qui est d'exécution et qui non plus ici un rôle sur lequel on transmet un avis, mais c'est bien, dans le cas notamment d'infraction, un rôle d'exécution puisque des décisions doivent être prises et des actions doivent être menées. Hop. Et ça passe trop vite. Sur le rôle de représentation et d'exécution, c'est d'abord un rôle qui implique la Commission nationale dans la délégation de son pays lorsque cette commission et délégation participent aux travaux du Conseil exécutif et de la Conférence générale. Alors il faut savoir que dans le règlement intérieur du Conseil exécutif, nous n'avons pas trouvé de mention à proprement parler du rôle de la Commission nationale dans ces travaux. Donc c'est, je dirais, à la discrétion des États membres. Cependant, en ce qui concerne le règlement de la Conférence générale, le rôle de la Commission nationale est explicitement mentionné. Voilà. Donc c'est autant d'éléments que nous avons pu mettre, effectivement, à la lecture de cette brochure. Également, dans ce rôle de représentation, un travail qui peut être mené par les commissions nationales dans les comités intergouvernementaux de programme. Alors, puisque nous avons eu d'excellentes présentations hier de la représentante du Maroc à la COMEST sur l'éthique de l'intelligence artificielle, l'exemple qui peut être donné, en tout cas pour le CIB, le CIGB et également pour le CIGMOS, donc pour le comité intergouvernemental de bioéthique ou le comité intergouvernemental de sciences humaines, c'est la Commission nationale française qui siège dans ces comités pour représenter la France. Donc il y aurait là, par exemple, une porte d'entrée, en tout cas un moyen de consolider davantage le rôle des commissions nationales dans leur représentation en lien avec leur délégation permanente et en lien avec l'exécution de programmes dans la réunion de ces comités intergouvernementaux. Ce rôle de représentation est également celui, je dirais, de l'organisation de conférences, de tables rondes, d'événements, de stimulation intellectuelle, où on comprend que celui-ci est d'abord établi sur la base des ressources disponibles. Mais même s'il peut paraître en ce sens, en fonction des ressources disponibles, facultatif, il est tout autant indispensable précisément pour la valorisation intellectuelle, la contribution intellectuelle des commissions nationales aux travaux de l'organisation. Je passe un petit peu plus vite. Sur le rôle d'information, alors qui rappelle ce dont nous avons discuté sur les questions de visibilité notamment, et c'est un travail aussi qui mobilise une certaine énergie, c'est la rédaction de rapports annuels d'activité, de rapports thématiques, de traduction de documents, développement de sites internet, de plateformes, de réseaux sociaux, et surtout de réponses également de sollicitations des institutions éducatives, culturelles, scientifiques, qui sont désireuses d'intégrer les travaux et les programmes de l'UNESCO et qui sont donc dans la porte d'entrée en lien avec les commissions nationales et sur lesquelles nous avons effectivement cette responsabilité et cette charge que de répondre finalement à ces orientations et à ces dispositifs. Voilà pour, je dirais, pour ces 5 rôles qui rassemblent ces 110 missions qui avaient été lues et ressorties des différents textes normatifs de l'UNESCO. Et on le voit dans la bibliographie de référence. Pour chaque rôle, il est précisé les sources, bien évidemment. Et on peut voir que sur certaines décisions, les rôles sont explicites et les missions sont explicites. D'accord ? Donc il s'agit encore une fois de rôles et missions qui sont adoptés par les États membres et qui sont mis en œuvre pour les États membres et pour l'UNESCO. Plus largement, je préciserai que sur la base de cette méthode de travail qui est engagée avec le secrétariat et avec le réseau mondial des commissions nationales, on a initié d'autres discussions, notamment en partenariat avec la commission allemande, pour une série de brochures qui permettraient finalement de dégager des rôles et missions plus spécifiques des commissions nationales. Et je sais que la commission nationale allemande travaille actuellement sur une brochure sur les partenariats entre commissions et entre réseaux nationaux. Également, il y a un travail excellent que je tiens à saluer de la Commission nationale marocaine sur la continuité des missions des commissions nationales et la gestion de crise des commissions nationales. Et une discussion qui est également en cours avec la Commission nationale coréenne pour un guide sur la coopération intellectuelle et la solidarité intellectuelle entre commissions nationales. Au-delà, finalement, de ce travail, de cet échange de bonnes pratiques, on peut voir, depuis 2020, qu'il y a une augmentation des responsabilités, déjà sur cette base qui est assez impressionnante de 110 missions qui sont conférées par les organes directeurs, puisque depuis 2020, les commissions nationales ont nouvellement à leur charge les candidatures des programmes des chaires UNESCO. Comme vous le savez, les commissions nationales doivent dorénavant présélectionner 2 chaires UNESCO. Les commissions nationales doivent également gérer les candidatures des villes apprenantes, des villes créatives. Là encore, comme vous le savez, depuis 2021, uniquement 2 candidatures nationales dans 2 catégories différentes peut être transmises par la Commission nationale au titre de l'État membre. Donc, ce qui met aussi en place, je dirais, des comités nationaux de sélection. Nous, on le voit en tout cas dans notre Commission nationale, où pour 2022, nous avons déjà 6 candidatures de villes créatives, et pour lesquelles il va falloir en choisir 2. Donc une vraie concurrence qui s'installe dans ces dispositifs. On l'a vu avec la capitale mondiale du livre, également, qui sera portée par Accra en 2023 et par Strasbourg en 2024, où les commissions nationales sont à la manœuvre de la composition de ces dossiers, et notamment dans la définition aussi, dans la lecture des partenariats. La responsabilité aussi nouvelle de l'inscription au registre de la mémoire du monde, où nous avons également la responsabilité de porter les candidatures, 2 candidatures au titre national et 2 candidatures transnationales. Les candidatures également au Forum des jeunes, donc la sélection des candidats pour le Forum des jeunes, et également la sélection et l'appui pour les sites mémoriels qui sont liés au programme des personnes mises en esclavage. Donc sur tous ces programmes depuis 2020, on voit que les commissions nationales sont plus que des interfaces, mais sont vraiment dans la mise en œuvre des programmes de sélection des candidatures, de présélection des dossiers, d'accompagnement des dossiers et de mise en œuvre des coopérations qui sont liées précisément à tous ces dispositifs et à tous ces labels. Pour conclure, peut-être en tout cas de ce qui ressort de ces rôles et missions, et au-delà de cette charge croissante également qu'il incombe aux commissions nationales, ça serait peut-être de rappeler le rôle premier de la raison d'être des commissions nationales, qui est la paix. Moi, je reviens toujours, lorsque je présente la Commission française pour l'UNESCO, aux fondamentaux, c'est-à-dire les pères fondateurs, lorsqu'ils ont pensé l'UNESCO, ils ont pensé que si les sociétés civiles se mettaient en coopération, elles ne se feraient plus la guerre. Au-delà, on comprend de l'engagement politique qui peuvent être pris par les États membres. L'idée était d'avoir un réseau constitué de coopération, de solidarité intellectuelle, culturelle, artistique, mondiale, qui viendrait atteindre l'objectif premier de l'UNESCO, qui est la paix. Donc c'est vraiment cette complémentarité de réseau, de mise en œuvre au niveau statutaire entre les délégations permanentes, la représentation politique au sein de l'organisation, comme toute agence des Nations Unies, d'avoir cette complexité, je dirais, de mise en œuvre d'acteurs multiformes et multiniveaux au niveau des territoires, au niveau de l'engagement à la fois entre le local et le global, de cette mise en œuvre de synergie, d'engagement des forces vives pour atteindre l'objectif premier qui est la paix. Merci beaucoup, en tout cas, pour cette écoute et votre attention. Si vous avez des questions, je peux revenir sur des points plus précis. En tout cas, l'intégralité sera partagée avec vous.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure there will be questions. Okay. The first one comes from the... Oh, is your hand up? Yeah. DR Congo, vous avez la parole.
Merci Madame la secrétaire générale. Disons, je remercie Monsieur Navarro pour la présentation, une très très belle présentation qui nous a apporté effectivement des éléments nouveaux de ce qu'on sait déjà sur le rôle de commission nationale. Mais ma préoccupation, c'est que nous avons accès à ces informations, nous, commission nationale, de façon particulière, mais est-ce que ces informations sont aussi partagées aux employés de bureaux hors siège? Parce que nous estimons que si nous avons le même niveau d'information, la coopération et l'action sur terrain est plus apaisée. Parce que parfois, on entend des choses, des employés de bureaux hors siège, qui laissent entendre qu'ils ne connaissent pas aussi, eux, le rôle de commission. Vous entendrez, par exemple, j'en ai déjà entendu parler, ah ouais, commission nationale, votre rôle, vous êtes une boîte.
Mais j'apprends et j'apprécie là, au travers de cette présentation, le catalogue et le champ large, et que vous disiez tantôt, le champ des possibles aussi, c'est tellement large. Tellement d'acteurs ont de la place pour faire et contribuer au mandat de l'UNESCO. Maintenant, la question du collègue de la RDC, de savoir à quel point les acteurs internes de l'organisation aussi sont aussi imprégnés et connaissent ces documents. Je dirais, mes collègues directeurs ne sont pas là, Hubert et Lydia, mais je dirais une part de mea culpa, dans le sens où ce n'est pas un document que nous utilisons régulièrement. Autant nous utilisons notre C5 comme document de référence, mais ou certains documents du Conseil exécutif, parce qu'on n'a pas, sur le terrain, on n'a pas le même rythme que le secrétariat. Mais ce n'est pas le document que nous utilisons. Nous utilisons, il y a une partie qui est les directives. Directives, mais celui-ci qui montre aussi tous les ventes. On ne l'utilise pas régulièrement. Précédemment, là, nous avons eu des discussions dans le groupe Afrique de l'Ouest, d'ailleurs. J'ai eu à le dire au SG de Comnat, écoutez, nous sommes comme vous. Au niveau des nations, de l'UNESCO, il y a des nouveaux qui arrivent. Il y a des anciens qui ont une petite mémoire, mais il y a des nouveaux. Il faut sans cesse s'imprégner et se mettre à jour et comprendre l'ensemble. Et je défie d'ailleurs tout directeur de pouvoir énumérer tout ce catalogue de responsabilités qui sont là entre la coordination à la coordination des secrétaires des comités, etc. C'est une invitation à revisiter. Décidément, hein. C'est une invitation à revisiter régulièrement ce document. Nous, au niveau hors siège, à l'occasion des retraites et toute occasion de rencontre avec les commissions nationales et les partenaires, de rappeler ces différents ces rôles statutaires, ainsi que c'est rappelé par nos organes directeurs, et que nous puissions les mettre en œuvre au mieux sur le terrain. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diallo. I saw Togo's hand first and then afterwards Morocco. Togo, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Comme vous l'avez dit, Madame, je suis le secrétaire général de la Commission nationale togolaise pour l'Unesco. Je voudrais remercier M. Navarro pour sa présentation, qui est somme toute très brillante, très claire. C'est un document que j'ai eu la chance d'avoir sous les mains, le document, la version physique, lors de la conférence générale. Et j'avoue que je l'ai presque appris par cœur. Je l'ai appris par cœur parce que moi, je suis à la Commission nationale, ça fait 26 ans. Et j'ai pour le devoir donc de former mon personnel. Et donc, quand je l'ai reçu, j'ai la version numérique et je l'ai répartie, je l'ai distribuée donc à mon personnel. Et je fais donc des formations au sein donc de la Commission nationale tout le temps. Alors, je recommande que, comme le directeur Diallo vient de le dire, de mettre également ce document à la disposition des bureaux hors siège. Comme il a dit, il y a des nouveaux qui arrivent et qui ne comprennent pas forcément les attributions, les missions et les rôles donc, de la Commission nationale pour l'Unesco. Et si nous voulons bien travailler, pour que nous puissions nous comprendre, il faudrait justement que ces informations-là soient partagées. Merci beaucoup.
Je voudrais à mon tour remercier profondément M. Navarro pour ce document qui est devenu une référence au niveau de l'UNESCO. Moi, je les connais, j'ai pris note de ce document et on l'a utilisé lorsqu'on voulait réformer les textes juridiques qui régissent la Commission nationale pour l'éducation, les sciences et la culture du Royaume du Maroc. Et aussi, nous avions organisé quelques séminaires, bien sûr, durant la période de Covid en Zoom. Et j'ai trouvé que M. Navarro et même la commission allemande, ils étaient disponibles, ils ont participé avec nous pour expliquer aux membres de la commission le contenu de ce document. Je crois que la disponibilité est là. Il faut qu'on profite de cette disponibilité pour renforcer le rôle des commissions nationales. Pourquoi je dis ça? Les commissions nationales, je suis sûr que tout le monde sera d'accord avec moi, si on laisse comme ils sont, ils vont se transformer comme des facteurs. Ils reçoivent un courrier et le dispatchent vers les départements ministériels de leur pays, puis les départements, ils répondent, et ça, je ne crois pas que c'est le rôle de la commission, sinon le contact il est déjà établi entre les organisations et les départements ministériels. Si on ne fait pas le travail correctement, conformément à ce qui est inscrit, prescrit dans ce document de référence, les commissions nationales vont mourir un jour ou l'autre. Donc, il faut peut-être, ici, nous sommes là, réunis, les secrétaires généraux, il faut qu'on arrête clairement les missions des commissions nationales en utilisant ce document. Sinon, on ne sait pas jusqu'à quelle hauteur les organisations peuvent travailler directement avec les départements ministériels. Et comment nous, on travaille? Est-ce qu'on ne fait rien? Est-ce qu'on est des facteurs, comme j'ai dit? Qu'est-ce qu'on est en train de faire dans ce secteur? Alors que lorsqu'on assiste à des réunions, il y a beaucoup de demandes qui sont demandées, des exigences à réaliser, des objectifs à réaliser par les commissions nationales. Donc je crois qu'aujourd'hui, c'est une occasion de revoir, de revisiter. D'ailleurs, la semaine prochaine, M. Navarro il est convié à une réunion qu'on va tenir au Maroc pour la refonte, encore une autre fois. On a refondu notre décret d'application d'émission de la Commission, ça fait 2 ans, mais on a trouvé encore des difficultés. Donc, et on voulait profiter de cette expérience, parce qu'il a étudié l'ensemble du document, pour voir comment on va réformer. Surtout, je crois que ça va être un problème général, surtout qu'on a un problème de financement de la Commission nationale. Comment on finance la Commission nationale? Sinon, est-ce que c'est de la charité? C'est quoi? Est-ce qu'on a un budget qui est fixe? Donc ce sont des questions qui se posent au développement de notre commission au Maroc. Et voilà, donc je crois que je réitère mes remerciements pour cette qualité de travail. Et d'ailleurs, M. Navarro, il a cité un document qui a été élaboré par le Maroc, c'est le guide de gestion des crises et appui à la continuité des services. Ce document aussi, il est devenu, donc c'est un pays africain qui a élaboré un document et il est devenu une référence au niveau de la Commission nationale. Il y a 5 documents de référence et à chaque fois qu'un nouveau secrétaire général sera nommé, il sera mis à leur disposition pour utiliser ces documents. Ce document, il est en 2 langues et on est en train de voir pour le traduire pour les 3 autres langues. Et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Morocco. And yes, the problems are general and not just in Morocco. And thank you. This document, if you allow me, every time I look at it, I know it's supposed to be a guide. I know it's a collection of what we think our role is. It's nothing official. But why isn't it official? It's the most current reflection of the work that national commissions do now. And so if you pick the architecture as good as it is, or all the others, a lot more is expected of NatComs now. And I think if we have it, the issue of you are NatCom and not UNESCO does not even arise, because you realize we do vastly different things, of course, in support of UNESCO's overall goal. And so allow me to also say thank you for the leadership in this direction. Thank you. I have Burkina Faso.
Bien, merci de me donner la parole. À la suite de mes prédécesseurs, je m'en vais remercier le secrétaire général de la Commission française pour l'UNESCO, M. Navarro, que j'ai eu la chance de connaître pendant la conférence générale à Paris. Mais je m'en voudrais de ne pas vous présenter mes excuses parce que je n'ai pas été physionomiste. Et je vous ai croisé là, vous avez peut-être eu l'impression que je vous ai négligé comme ça, mais en fait, ce n'est pas de bonne foi. OK? Donc, merci beaucoup. Et puis, dans notre échange de près de 30 minutes que nous avons eu dans les locaux du siège, alors je vous avais formulé le vœu de produire une brochure sur ce que le Burkina Faso doit à l'UNESCO à travers la personne de Joseph Kizerbo, qui a été le premier secrétaire général de la commission voltaïque, devenu Burkina Faso. Ce travail se poursuit. Nous avons eu une période trouble. Nous sommes encore dans le tourbillon, mais en tout cas, nous allons atteindre l'objectif. Donc, merci et à la suite, bien sûr, nous échangerons.
With that, I think we can give Alexander a round of applause as he sits down. Thank you very much. And we will move on directly to promoting and supporting UNESCO designations and networks. David Shimke from the Canadian National Commission. We have just been told that that is one of the roles of the National Commission. How do we go about doing that? And we are hoping that we'll get some more insight.
Excellent. Hello? Good. Madame Ambassador, Madame Chair, Secretaries General, and fellow participants, my name is David Shimke. I'm the Assistant Secretary General of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you over the last few days. I hope to have the chance to meet more of you before we must all part. But want to say hello, bonjour, Memawo Aha. What an honor and pleasure it is to be in Ghana. And His Excellency, the President, yesterday said that Ghanaians pride themselves on their hospitality, and I can certainly say that that's been my experience. It's also, yes, sure. It's a particular pleasure for me to be here with you all because Africa is so important to Canadians, especially those in the African diaspora. We treasure our historic and cultural links with Africa. And for this reason, our commission strongly supports things like the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, the Global History of Global Priority Africa, the General History of Africa, the Roots of Enslaved Peoples Project, and other related projects of UNESCO. And so I'd also like to thank the National Commission of Ghana for the excellent theme we have for this meeting, Mobilizing Partnerships for Global Priority Africa, because isn't mobilization really at the heart of what national commissions do? And we're very good at it, I might say. Today I'll speak to you a little bit about how Canada is promoting and supporting UNESCO designations and networks. And it will follow, I think, on what Alexandre was telling us about the statutory role. And then I guess what I'll be doing is talking a little bit about what that looks like in practice. I'll tell you a little bit about our approach and give some examples. I'll share 3 simple ways that I think even smaller national commissions can support designations and networks. And if there's time, and it'll depend on Madame Chair, but two things. Canada is a bilingual country. I have prepared this presentation in English, but ça me fait plaisir de répondre à toute question en français ou bien faire un suivi avec vous après la séance aujourd'hui. You don't need to put your headphones on. That was just a message to my Francophone colleagues. And also, I do recognize, and I was very conscious of the fact that every national commission is different. We all are in different really grateful for that sort of a structure. Our Secretary General, I must convey her greetings to you, Madame Rhoda Muse, who's been with us for about a year and a half. And so she sends her greetings to you, and I know she wishes she could be here. We have 13 staff with officers responsible in every sector. And we really see, if I boil down our whole strategic plan and approach, is that we want to make UNESCO priorities and goals relevant in Canada. So in terms of our designations, this tells you a little bit about the ones we have active in Canada. We have a network of global geoparks. We also have a network of biosphere reserves because we have multiples. Same with creative cities, and of course our UNESCO chairs network. In terms of other networks or committees, we have a Memory of the World Committee, Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. This is the ICAR network that is based out of the SHS sector. ASPNet, of course. A Univoc network. We have 3 Univoc centers in Canada. And finally, a youth advisory group. I would note that you'll see that World Heritage is not listed there. That's because, for reasons I don't entirely understand, they are not, their focal point is with our National Park Service and not with our commission. But I should circulate to them Alexandre's document. Maybe they'll change their mind. Oh, I should also mention too, actually, before I go here, that we're exploring two additional designations. We just had a city named as a learning city, first one in Canada. And the other designation we're really interested in is with the Roots of Enslaved Peoples Project. And these are the sites of memory related to the transatlantic slave trade. And we don't currently have any sites in Canada, but of course Canada is part of that history. And we have sites of memory that we want to preserve, treasure, and promote so that Canadians better understand their history and how it relates to that disastrous period of history. So I'm so glad that Alexandre didn't quote this one. That gives me a chance to do it. So, because I thought there were some great lines. This is from the C4. I'm sure many of you have spent lots of time with the C4, but I'll just remind us of this paragraph. National commissions remain uniquely placed to be the main agents of change. Agents for change, sorry. And we heard that mentioned a few times, I think, since we've been here. Agents of change at that level to accelerate UNESCO's response to global challenges, maintain the relevance of UNESCO's mandate, and for outreach, engagement, mobilizing local actors and amplifying messages about UNESCO's vision and mission, and to contribute where possible to the implementation and evaluation of the organization's programs. So again, yet more proof, if we needed some, of the important role that national commissions play within UNESCO. But beyond the statutory and strategic reasons for national commissions to be supporting networks and designations, there's some other good reasons. One is national commissions have on-the-ground knowledge and contacts. That's really very critical. We can also help designations themselves make connections within government and with other NGOs. We're excellent at at connecting people. Being in touch with designations and networks help national commissions do our jobs better when we advise our national governments and permanent delegations and UNESCO. And finally, and I'm really grateful that Alexandre said this, that we have to ensure that designations remember the big picture, that all of us are doing this work to build the defenses of peace in the minds of men and women. So in Canada, these are the ways that we support designations and networks, and I'll go through each of them with a separate slide, but this is just the outline. So we do coordination and governance. We act as a bridge with UNESCO. We connect with other countries. We help with government relations. We try to facilitate public awareness and visibility, and we do produce publications that are helpful for the designations and networks. So first, coordination and governance of networks. And by networks, I mean really these collectives of designations or collective of UNESCO-affiliated bodies. So if, in some cases in Canada, it's actually an independent NGO. This is the case for our geoparks and for our biosphere reserves. And in this case, we are a board member along with other members of civil society. And that's a really useful position for us to be in. It lets them have the independence to shape their approach, but we're always aware and able to participate in their conversations. In many cases, there is no NGO, and in this case, we do a coordination function, and we facilitate the election process for members. We convene meetings, we produce minutes, we do all these things that there may not be capacity within this group to do. And then thirdly, we support the development of strategies. And I do want to mention here that when we support the development of strategies, it's a real opportunity for us to foster intersectoral approaches and to take a broader lens, especially when we talk about broad priorities of UNESCO, like gender equity or key decades, or gender equity in youth, actually, and key international decades, like the Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and the International Decade for Indigenous Languages. And so we really try to convince designations and networks to take up these causes. And I'll tell you more about that later, I think. Oops. We also act as a bridge, obviously, between UNESCO and the networks, and this follows very much on the statutory role. So we facilitate the relationship with the UNESCO Secretariat. We support inscriptions, periodic reviews, and recertification processes where that's relevant. Simply, we share UNESCO news and information. not all of our partners are knowing how to access some of these UNESCO news, and so we are regularly doing that. We also advocate for designations and networks within UNESCO, and when we meet with Secretariat staff informally, or where more formally we're intervening in general conference, this is a chance for us to speak up on behalf of, and take up some of the things we hear from our designations and networks with UNESCO. And of course, last, and I'm sure many are dealing with this, but we're also facilitating the uptake of UNESCO logos. That's not a small job. In terms of connecting with other countries, so we try to facilitate links with sites abroad. In this, one example is when we, Janine mentioned our partnership with Germany on SOS African Heritage. And through this partnership, we supported a biosphere reserve in Malawi, Mount Mulanje. And this was a great opportunity to meet the folks working on that biosphere reserve and to connect them with a mountain biosphere reserve in Canada, so they could share some information and some best practices. International steering committees. Canada is part of the International Steering Committee for ICAR, the Inclusive and Sustainable Cities Network. And so we work with other countries in that respect. Collaborating on research. I do want to take a moment and mention a project that we've been doing with the UK National Commission called Sites for Sustainable Development, Realizing the Potential of UNESCO Designated Sites through Advanced Agenda 2030. And this is, the research draws on management plans in order to present ways in which all designated sites can mobilize to advance Agenda 2030 from a local level to a global level. And by the way, if you happen to be in Paris on October 13th, this is one of the events that's going to be happening, co-hosted by the delegation for Canada and the delegation from the UK. And I said sharing information from Canada with international networks. And I will take advantage of a moment with you now to just do exactly that and share with you about this, oops, I forgot to, you're working on 2 screens simultaneously to let you know about this book that's going to be published by UNESCO very soon. Sankofa, Appreciating the Past, Planning the Future in Early Childhood Education, Care, Development in Africa. And this is led by one of the UNESCO, edited by the UNESCO chair in Canada, Dr. Alan Pence. And but features 85% of the content is developed by African researchers, and it's going to be launched hopefully at the conference in Tashkent coming up later this fall. So please do keep an eye out for that. In terms of government relations, we regularly meet with government officials, and we help sites sometimes develop the case for government funding so that they can make their own outreach. And we identify ways in which, and part of the way that we can do that is by identifying ways in which sites and designations can advance relevant government priorities. And so I'll tell you one example where we had some success. Myself and one of my officers met with folks from the Federal Tourism Group who are working on a new strategy. And through a series of meetings, we convinced them that biosphere reserves and geoparks were fantastic models of sustainable tourism. And in this respect, we were mentioned in the Federal Tourism Strategy, which was a great success for our designated sites. We also developed a partnership with the federal funding body for academic research and scientific research to provide funding, regular, ongoing funding for UNESCO chairs. Not a large amount, but enough to support their work. In terms of public awareness and visibility, we provide branding and communications support. We try to undertake partnerships to raise the profile of delegations and networks. We put out press releases when it's relevant, and we do social media promotion. And I'll just give you a few examples visually. I would say that all my examples are going to be from non-in-person gatherings. Obviously, we haven't been doing those for a while, so these are all sort of virtual or online things. So this is a trailer from a series of documentaries that we commissioned to support our biosphere reserves called Striking Balance. I think they're available actually on YouTube, so if you look for Striking Balance, hopefully you'll be able to find them. Here's an example of a couple, very small I realize, but some of the press releases we did, one talking about new inscriptions to the Memory of the World register, and another one, we had a brand new biosphere reserve named last fall, and so we did a fair bit of publicity because it's not every day that you get a new biosphere reserve. And finally, for our Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, this is that organization that's affiliated with ICAR. We actually created for them a branding toolkit, and so this is what that looks like, and that's the logo at the bottom that we'd developed for that network. Finally, I'll just show you a few publications that we've done. In this case, Building Back Better, this is a policy brief that we did working with UNESCO chairs. So many of them are doing such interesting work, and we wanted them to be able to get their research before decision makers. This one's on food security. We also produced a book, a publication rather, called Indigenous Perspectives on Higher Education, which was discussed at length at the World Higher Education Conference in Barcelona this spring. And then the third example there is a toolkit that we did for cities in Canada about welcoming immigrants and refugees at a municipal level, how they can help those people feel welcomed and integrated into the life of the city. A couple others, we partnered with a educational organization to promote provide tools on teaching SDGs in the classroom for our ASP.NET schools. That's one, and the other one on this page, this last one I'll show you, is what I'm really proud of, because it kind of tells you, it brings together so many pieces of how partnership can really be helpful for supporting the work of the Commission. And this was a youth engagement toolkit, youth engagement in UNESCO national commissions. And if you don't know about it, I encourage you to try to find it. I'll try to send it to you if you don't know where it is. And this was a partnership with the Slovenian National Commission. We joined forces, and it was youth-led, youth-driven, and it's really aimed to build the capacity of national commissions in their work with youth. So, the three simple ways I was going to propose that we can support designations. So first, I would say working together is very powerful. And if there's ways, you're working to identify opportunities to gather designations together to share information, it should be taken advantage of whenever possible. They might find they have a lot in common and want to pursue more formal collaboration. We also want to find out what they need. It might just be as simple as just an introduction to someone in another government ministry, or providing them with a newsletter or email updates on things that are happening at UNESCO and with your commission. And third, any way that we can help our designations be more visible is wonderful. Highlighting their work in social media, mentioning their work when we meet with decision makers, and if we have funds available, helping them with their outreach. And then there's a few principles that we've found relevant for us in terms of working with designations and networks. First is that partnership means everyone contributes something. It's not just that we provide a service, but that we're really working together according to the capacity that we have. Secondly, UNESCO and national commissions have much to learn from designations and networks. We need to learn to listen to them, and it will help us do our jobs better. Third, using our privileged position with designations, we can encourage them to build as much diversity as possible into how they work, and that means including women, youth, minorities, etc. And just yesterday, Professor Taruvinga's session was talking about how they had worked with Robben Island to help them encourage to have more leadership from women there. It's a great example of that kind of effort. And then fourth, I guess to end where we began, we must never lose sight of the ultimate goal, building the defenses of peace. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if we have time for discussion, but if there is, some of the things I'd be interested in hearing is, how you support designations if you're able to, and how you might envisage collaborating with one another to do this kind of work. If there's any innovations or particular successes that you would like to share, or any questions for me. So that's it.
Thank you very much, David. This was one of the presentations I was looking forward to. We are a bit deficient in that there are some designations we think we support well, but would like to do more. You're thinking about sustainable cities, learning cities, like you mentioned, City of Literature. So knowing Unit 20, UNESCO chairs, and so this has been invaluable for me. I wonder if there are any contributions or questions practically about how to do this. And if, yes, Franz, you have the floor.
C'est bon. Merci beaucoup pour cette excellente présentation. Je vais prendre la parole en français si vous avez besoin de prendre les interprétations. Simplement pour préciser deux observations sur la mise en œuvre des désignations au niveau national et régional, précisément sur ces réseaux de villes qui ont été mentionnés, qui sont les villes apprenantes, inclusives ou créatives. Lorsque nous nous engageons avec une municipalité pour soutenir une candidature d'une ville créative par exemple, nous demandons à la ville d'intégrer dans le dispositif une école associée, une chaire UNESCO et un club UNESCO en lien avec le dispositif. Par exemple, lorsqu'on a soutenu la ville de Cannes pour être ville créative pour le cinéma, nous avons demandé à ce qu'il y ait une coopération avec un établissement scolaire et que cet établissement scolaire soit labellisé école associée. Nous avons demandé à ce que dans le projet de la ville, il y ait une collaboration avec l'université pour porter une chaire UNESCO sur le cinéma. Et nous avons demandé également à ce qu'il y ait une association qui fédère les clubs cinématographiques, qui soit club pour l'UNESCO. Donc ça, c'est un engagement que nous prenons en termes de maillage sur le territoire, au-delà, je dirais, des engagements également programmatiques, notamment en termes de priorité Afrique ou de priorité genre, qui doit transparaître, en tout cas, à l'intérieur de chacun de ces dossiers. C'est la première observation, je dirais, en termes de mobilisation des synergies et ce relais sur le terrain. La deuxième observation, c'est que bien souvent, tout ce travail de la Commission nationale, de soutien, de mise en œuvre de ces dispositifs, de ces synergies de réseau, de cet accompagnement de dossiers, est invisible. Et il est d'autant plus invisible au moment de l'accréditation. C'est-à-dire que tout le travail que nous avons mené avec la ville de Cannes, dans la constitution du dossier, des rencontres des élus, des partenariats universitaires, pédagogiques, associatifs, tout ce maillage-là, bien évidemment, il est connu de la ville, il est reconnu par la ville, et puis on travaille en forte coopération, mais lorsque la ville est labellisée ville créative UNESCO pour le cinéma, il n'est pas fait mention, bien évidemment, de la Commission nationale qui a mis en œuvre tous les dispositifs. Donc ça, c'est également une observation, je dirais, en termes de synergie dans ces désignations, c'est que bien souvent, le travail de la Commission nationale est colossal pour accompagner ces dispositifs, mais en termes de visibilité, après, effectivement, sur les supports de communication, le nom est souvent absent des commissions nationales.
Merci, Alexandre. No, I think what Alexandre was saying about, especially about including the other designations in when trying to bring together designations so you support each other as well is a great idea. He was talking about that when there's a new creative city, for example, they ask them to work with the UNESCO chair and UNESCO associated school. I mean, that's a beautiful idea. In fact, I'm going to take that one home and start employing that ourselves.
It becomes a network within a network, isn't it? So you have the designations and then you network them as well. And that can really work. It's a great idea. Thank you. Mr. Diallo.
Merci beaucoup, David, pour cette présentation. Et je crois que c'est Alexandre qui rappelait que c'est l'une des parties les plus visibles du programme de l'UNESCO. J'allais utiliser l'expression, vous me permettez, sexy. les désignations, les sites. Et we are very, of course, I'm sorry. It's one of the most it's very good that you reminded the key role, the critical role of the National Commission in this work. And we can, maybe National Commission of Ghana are very shy and they will not tell about what they're doing. For example, for the heritage for the heritage landscape, I will say, they established a Ghana Heritage Committee, an intersectoral platform including all the entities of the governments working in that area and working upstream in identification of potential elements, be it intangible, etc. And then the works will start for the dossier. And I wish on that part to say about what we do actually together. You have this coordination role. We at the same time will help the implementation of UNESCO convention. And through that, we play a pushing role also. We advocate, we push, and of course these designation are illustration of the implementation to the Creative Cities 2005, the Tangible Heritage for the 1972 convention, then Tangible Heritage. So we also push and we work with the National Commission on the program implementation aspect also and pushing. And I must say that I won't say that we will take the role of the National Commission, but it's so exciting area that we work also in the advocacy. We go on the field, we bring partners to discover, to remind that the country itself has a list that they developed 20 years ago, but we remind, when we push sometimes. So, and this is, I would say, the way we try to push this agenda, notably for the 1972, the 2003, with still to start on the geoparks and other areas. The shares also, I know that we have not started here in Ghana to have. So just to say the way that the field offices from the program side also accompany, push this agenda and the coordinating role of National Commission for the designation of sites and networks. Thank you.
Adriano? And so if there are no more interventions, just a quick one from Professor Reed.
No, is the issue of geoparks, in particular for Southern Africa. It's a wonderful designation, but we don't have any yet. So the experience that you have to really how to put the applications and really to create the space for the nominations or designation would be a great help, I would say. I don't know, my dear SGs, but we have a richness in geo-heritage that could be used.
I think it would be great to see more geoparks in Africa, especially because, you know, we know globally the world wants to come to Africa to do mining, and because of that amazing geology and the natural resources, and to protect these places as well, or to find a sustainable way of doing the mining is so important. And that's one of the interesting things we found with geoparks in Canada is they often will work with mining companies to negotiate ways of working that might be a very, very helpful thing in parts of Africa. I'm very conscious of the fact that often these are Canadian companies too, so any way that we can help make it better, we were definitely willing to do that.
I think, no, I see Tunisia and then Kenya. You can guess by now there is pressure to have the snack, which has been sitting outside for a while. So that is the next thing, but we will take Kenya, Tunisia and then Kenya.
Je peux parler en français? Ça marche très bien. Donc, puisque vous parlez ici de géoparcs, je voudrais partager l'expérience tunisienne à propos des géoparcs. Donc, puisque le dossier il est extrêmement avancé dans ce sens, nous avons déjà délimité l'espace qui sera désigné comme étant un géoparc au sud de la Tunisie. Nous avons déjà fait des étapes très importantes dans ce sens. La semaine dernière, nous avons déjà eu la visite de 2 experts de l'Unesco pour donner leur avis scientifique sur le dossier. Et nous allons le soumettre à l'Unesco en juillet 2023, donc pour avoir le label de manière officielle. Donc j'espère que cette expérience, c'est très intéressant comme dossier. J'espère qu'en Afrique, on aura beaucoup plus de géoparcs. Et je voulais partager ça avec vous pour vous dire que le rôle de la Commission nationale tunisienne, il a été primordial dans ce sens, puisque le travail sur le géoparc au début, il était très éparpillé, puisque c'est un travail qui concerne tous les ministères en Tunisie. Mais après, c'est le secrétaire général de la Tunisie qui a pris en charge la chose. Donc, et la Commission nationale des géoparcs en Tunisie, elle a été créée sous la tutelle de la Commission nationale tunisienne. Et c'est le président de la Commission nationale tunisienne, qui est son Excellence le ministre de l'Éducation, qui est aussi le président de la Commission nationale des géoparcs, pour vous dire que quand la Commission nationale, c'est elle qui prend en charge les choses, c'est elle qui fait la synergie, le travail marche normalement, il réussit, et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you. Kenya, please.
Thank you very much, David. I'm actually impressed by your work, and especially that you're the team staff and you're able to do much that can be done by a NatCom, or maybe am I wrong? Now, designation is one of the trickiest things, and yesterday there was a presentation about the heritage in room 3, and the discussion was about how to have the various designation, but that one was specifically on heritage. This is under the tangible and intangible, and in particular the 1972 convention. You will find that in most member states, the focal point for, say, tangible or intangible are not the NatComs, and the designation becomes fairly difficult. I have participated this in Kenya for maybe last 10 years or so. Even it's one of the World Heritage Committee meeting in Quebec I attended. And I find it sometimes the NatComs are not able to mobilize properly these processes. The question is, how then do you come in? For us, we are in the process of having I think the 3rd geopark in Africa. And it's not easy. It has taken quite some time. I know we have had support even from Germany and some other partners, but it proves a little bit not easy. We really seek much of this advice, especially in nomination and the specific roles of NatCom. Maybe even a research could be even better to find out which NatComs are the focal point to these conventions and which are not, and then find out how do you build capacity to enable them participate strongly. This is one thing we are challenged in Kenya, and I'm taking it head on to see how we can sort it out with the respective focal points. Thank you.
Would you like to come back?
Yes.
Any comments?
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought you meant come back to
yeah.
Ghana, but yeah,
oh, no, please come back for sure. That one, yeah.
I think that's really interesting. We were just in Quebec City last week, our commission at the Organization of World Heritage Cities, to talk to them about the Sites for Sustainability project. And so we've had some difficulty collaborating with World Heritage Sites because the Park Service is not helpful, but we're just starting to do it ourselves, and we'll go to some of the meetings and some of the sessions where we can connect with that, because we feel as a national commission that we kind of need to have the whole picture of UNESCO activity in Canada, but it's a challenge for sure. But we have to do more to try to at least do what we can do, at least, to make that happen.
Finally, I think you can sit down to a round of applause. Thank you very much. We have a short presentation from the Azerbaijan National Commission. They have been waiting online. They haven't been waiting, they have been watching, because they have been commenting on the other presentations as well. I keep getting the comments. Rosie may have mentioned that Azerbaijan National Commission has a program ongoing for Secretaries General, and they want to take the opportunity to briefly present it, after which we will take a break for the snack. So if you can hear me, those gathered in Baku, thank you for waiting.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues. Tout d'abord, je vous salue et je vous remercie pour l'organisation de l'événement. Je voudrais souligner qu'aujourd'hui, l'Azerbaïdjan est devenu partenaire fiable dans le sens où il assure la paix et la sécurité mondiale à travers des plateformes internationales auxquelles il participe, et ainsi que dans le cadre de l'Unesco. Au fil des ans, la Commission nationale de la République d'Azerbaïdjan pour l'Unesco adhère à ses objectifs et principes, poursuit ses activités dans tous les domaines prioritaires de l'organisation et participe activement aux programmes et recherches conjoints. Tout cela en développant des relations avec l'Unesco ainsi qu'avec des commissions des pays membres. Notre pays a établi des relations étendues avec l'Unesco dans les domaines de la culture, de l'éducation, de la science, de l'information et de la communication en devenant un membre influent et un État donateur. Un exemple clair est l'adhésion de la République d'Azerbaïdjan à la Coalition mondiale pour l'éducation créée par l'Unesco pour lutter contre la pandémie du Covid-19 et la répartition des dotations. Je voudrais rappeler que le gouvernement azerbaïdjanais a signé en 2013 avec l'Unesco un accord cadré de la coopération dans le domaine de l'éducation, de la science, de la culture et de la communication, ce qui joue un rôle particulier dans l'élargissement de la coopération UNESCO-Azerbaïdjan. Un fonds fiduciaire a été créé sur la base d'un accord. Grâce au fonds alloué au gouvernement azerbaïdjanais, l'Azerbaïdjan a mis en œuvre des projets comme l'égalité des sexes, la favorisation du développement durable dans un certain nombre de pays africains, par exemple Ouganda, Kenya, Tanzanie, Libéria, et encore la protection du patrimoine culturel immatériel au Bangladesh et au Guatemala. Cela sert sans aucun doute à accroître la réputation de notre pays au niveau international et à promouvoir les activités de l'Azerbaïdjan sous un nouveau statut en tant qu'État donateur dans le cadre de l'Unesco. Le gouvernement azerbaïdjanais continuera de contribuer de la mise en œuvre de nouveaux projets. Notre pays attache une importance particulière à la promotion de diversité culturelle, du multiculturalisme et de la tolérance. Tous les groupes ethniques et religieux vivent dans la paix et la tranquillité. Ces dernières années, l'Azerbaïdjan a accueilli avec succès un certain nombre d'événements mondiaux majeurs et a lancé certaines initiatives visant à promouvoir le dialogue et la compréhension mutuelle. Parmi ces initiatives, nous pouvons citer le processus de Bakou, reconnu par l'ONU et l'UNESCO comme une principale plateforme mondiale de la promotion du dialogue interculturel. Les bases de ce processus ont été proposées en 2008 à l'initiative du président de la République d'Azerbaïdjan, M. Ilham Aliyev. Le Forum mondial du dialogue interculturel est organisé tous les 2 ans dans le cadre du processus de Bakou. Ce forum sert de plateforme internationale et a pour but de sensibiliser l'importance de ce dialogue intérieur, encourager les États à prendre ces mesures concrètes pour soutenir la diversité, le dialogue et la compréhension mutuelle. Il compte une contribution la plus importante de notre pays concernant la promotion de la paix sur le sein international. Le rôle du chef de file d'Azerbaïdjan dans ce domaine est hautement apprécié par l'UNESCO et l'ONU. Le processus de Luanda, créé dans le cadre de stratégie prioritaire de l'Unesco pour l'Afrique, est également essentiel pour promouvoir une culture de la paix. Dans ce processus, des forums des jeunes, des femmes ainsi que festivals des cultures sont organisés afin d'anticiper les crises et résoudre les conflits. L'année dernière, une session spéciale consacrée au processus de Bako s'est tenue au sein de ce forum. La coopération entre ces deux plateformes est également fondamentale afin de parvenir à la paix mondiale. Parallèlement, je voudrais mentionner le projet d'organiser un programme de la formation par la Commission nationale en collaboration avec l'Université ADA et l'Unesco, avec la participation des secrétaires généraux et des représentants de Commission nationale des pays africains pour l'Unesco. L'objectif du programme de formation qui devrait se tenir le 24 septembre au 8 octobre de cette année est de développer davantage des relations de coopération entre l'Azerbaïdjan et les pays africains qui existent dans le cadre de l'Unesco et de populariser notre pays dans la petite région. Le continent africain a toujours été une priorité dans les projets et programmes mis en œuvre par l'Azerbaïdjan dans le cadre de l'Unesco. Je voudrais noter que peu plus tard, mon collègue prendra la parole et donnera des informations détaillées sur le programme de formation proposé par la Commission nationale d'Azerbaïdjan et l'Université ADA. Je voudrais également vous ajouter qu'afin de soutenir la préservation et la protection efficace du patrimoine culturel en Afrique, l'Azerbaïdjan a fourni un soutien financier du montant de 100 000 € au Fonds du patrimoine mondial africain par le biais du Fonds fiduciaire UNESCO Azerbaïdjan. Par ailleurs, notre pays s'est associé avec plaisir à l'initiative de la réunion régionale de Commission nationale africaine pour l'UNESCO et a soutenu l'organisation du remarquable événement qui se déroule aujourd'hui. Pendant notre présidence du mouvement des pays non alignés, les relations avec l'Afrique ont commencé à se développer davantage. Environ 45% des membres du mouvement des pays non alignés sont des pays africains. Un travail systématique a été mené dans le sein de renforcement et de la diversification de la coopération existante. L'Azerbaïdjan a intention de continuer à renforcer ses relations avec des continents africains. L'initiative de l'Azerbaïdjan, la réunion au sommet du mouvement des pays non alignés contre le Covid-19 dans un format en ligne a été tenue en mai 2020. Lors du sommet, le président de la République d'Azerbaïdjan, au nom du mouvement des pays non alignés, a pris l'initiative de tenir une session extraordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies au niveau des chefs d'État et gouvernement sur la lutte contre le Covid-19. Cette initiative a été soutenue par plus de 150 pays. Le tenue de cette session spéciale a été capitale en termes d'échange d'expériences et de décisions actives dans le domaine de la lutte contre la pandémie du Covid-19. En particulier, notons que la lutte de l'Azerbaïdjan contre le Covid-19 ne se limite pas uniquement aux affaires intérieures du pays. Donnons un exemple. À l'initiative de l'Azerbaïdjan en tant que le président du mouvement des pays non alignés, des résolutions ont été adoptées au Conseil des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies et à l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies pour garantir l'égalité des chances d'utilisation des vaccins pour tous les pays. En signe de solidarité, l'Azerbaïdjan a fourni une aide financière et humanitaire à près de 80 pays, directement ou par l'intermédiaire territoire libéré de notre pays appartient au patrimoine historique, culturel et religieux du peuple azerbaïdjanais. L'Azerbaïdjan est un pays multiculturel. Tous les monuments de son territoire sont protégés au niveau de l'État et les représentants de toutes les religions et les cultures sont traités avec respect. La protection des riches patrimoines de notre pays, y compris les monuments des territoires libérés de l'occupation, continuera d'être assurée à un niveau élevé. La République d'Azerbaïdjan, sous la direction du président Ilham Aliyev, poursuivra ses activités visant le multilatéralisme, l'unification des pays du monde face aux menaces communes et le renforcement de la solidarité mondiale pendant sa présidence du mouvement des pays non alignés. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. There are two short videos, just 3 minutes and one that we will take as well. And whilst it's coming up,
Dear guests, dear participants of the regional meeting of African National Commissions for UNESCO, I'm extremely pleased to address you today. I'm a head of Executive Education, Institute for Development and Diplomacy at ADA University, which was previously Azerbaijan Diplomatic Academy. I would love to be with you in person these days, but thanks to innovations and technologies, we can communicate and see each other despite of distances, even when we are not able to travel. Let me speak about my organization. It was founded in 2006. And the Academy started as a training institute with citizenship. Here are some key facts and figures of ADA. We have around 2,500 students from 42 countries, more than 100 faculty with 19 programs. ADA is a partner to 107 universities. We have 4 schools: School of Public International Affairs, School of Business, School of Education, School of Information Technologies. We do offer undergraduate and graduate programs in fields of international studies and public affairs, law, communication and digital media, business administration, economics, computer science, information technology, and mathematics. Feeling a need to deepen engagement and outreach with expert research and policy-making communities globally, the Institute for Development and Diplomacy, IDD, was established in 2022. IDD is intended to become a leading regional hub for public policy research and analysis, intellectual discussion, nurturing talents, and international outreach. Our solution-based approach covers foreign policy, diplomacy and international affairs, security, sustainable development, energy, and many, many more. ADA Executive Education is a major training provider for both civil servants and business people in the country, as well as international audience. Executive education has been an important tool for government agencies and businesses to develop junior, mid-career, and top leadership talent for more than 15 years. Our alumni network includes more than 5,000 professionals, and around 2,000 are from government and more than 700 international ones. Our curriculum includes international politics, law, leadership development, economy affairs, EU models, area studies, and many, many more. During these years, more than 2,000 diplomats and civil servants graduated from our programs, and 14% out of them are from African continent. Again, here, 30 participants participated in Caspian Basin studies and 36 in advanced foreign service policy. And as for students' representation at ADA from African continent, we have 31 at the moment and 19 alumni in general. As you might be aware, we are preparing to host special capacity building program for general secretaries and representatives of national commissions for UNESCO in African countries. The main purpose of this program is to contribute to the efforts and activities of UNESCO in regard with promoting sustainable development and management and culture of peace and non-violence in the African region. Participants of the program will get a unique chance to develop their skills in multiculturalism, cultural diplomacy, inclusive education, gender equality, and other fields of study that could come in handy in their profession. They will get an opportunity to meet with distinguished professors and experts from ADA and guest speakers from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan and other governmental agencies. Besides, during the program, participants will visit World Heritage Sites in Azerbaijan, as well as museums, national parks, and many more. Prepared program is intensive, interesting, and we are anticipating welcoming our participants in Baku on 24th of September. I wish success and fruitful discussions in this conference and looking forward to many years of cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
And I'd like to say thank you to the Azerbaijan Commission, because I think it's such a great initiative to build the capacity of the national commissions. Now, when I asked the Secretary General how they are going about choosing the countries, he said that over the 4 years, they intend to train every Secretary General in Africa. And I think that is commendable, that they are going to be. So maybe a little tip here, be checking your mail often, so that when you see the next call, you can quickly apply and be one. I think about 20 of us are headed for Baku later this month, this month, and we are looking forward to it. I know I certainly am. Thank you very much. Now we head for the briefest of snack, only because we have to have it. And we are still on track to finish at 5:30. We come back, we do a quick read of the declaration. Remember, the idea is to adopt the meat of the declaration and not its wording, because a little bit more work will be done on it. We adopt it. Her Excellency gives us quick closing remarks. Mr. Diallo says a few words. We wrap up, and then we can get ready for dinner. So snack in 15 minutes. We're all back, seated, ready to go at 5:15. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Ghana and to the Africa Conference of National Commissions of UNESCO. As we say in Ghana, Akwaba, you're amongst the people who pride themselves on their sense of hospitality. I hope that by the end of your visit, you will agree with this claim. The hosting of this event in our vibrant capital of Accra is yet another important milestone in Ghana's commitment to the work of UNESCO, and in particular to the Global Priority Africa program, of which Ghana had the opportunity to make significant contribution to its initial orientations in the early 1980s. Today, as you know, the dynamics of the Global Priority Africa program has changed, both in its continental aspirations and in its strategic focus. This is because our world continues to change with new and complex challenges, and as such, Global Priority Africa must respond strategically to the needs of the changing times. In this context, Ghana is happy to host this important conference of African member states to reimagine our collective actions towards a renewed implementation agenda, following the adoption of the new operational strategy at the 41st General Conference of UNESCO. Our partnership with UNESCO in the Africa region dates as far back as 1962, when we hosted the first Africa Center for Educational Information and Research. Through this center, relates to media pluralism for development in Africa, we in Ghana have always strongly supported UNESCO's efforts of building free, independent, and pluralistic media, and in particular, the legal framework and the democratic institutions that support it at the country level. We've observed with admiration UNESCO's contribution over the years in the operationalization of the UN Action Plan on the Safety of Journalists and the fight against impunity. The government of Ghana strongly believes in development in freedom. Without freedom of expression, and particularly freedom of the media, an informed, active, and engaged citizenry cannot achieve our collective resolve for peace and sustainable development. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that Accra has been named the UNESCO World Book Capital for 2023, making this great city part of the prestigious World Book Capital Cities network. This is an acknowledgement of the giant strides Ghana and Africa are making in developing our book and creative arts industry, and we thank you for your diverse contributions that made this possible. The year-long program to celebrate this honor done us by UNESCO will commence from 23rd April 2023, which is celebrated globally as the World Book and Copyright Day. I wish to use this opportunity to invite you all to join Ghana in this year-long celebration. I wish you a successful conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Ghana and to the Africa Conference of National Commissions of UNESCO. As we say in Ghana, Akwaba, you're amongst the people who pride themselves on their sense of hospitality. I hope that by the end of your visit, you will agree with this claim. The hosting of this event in our vibrant capital of Accra is yet another important milestone in Ghana's commitment to the work of UNESCO, and in particular, to the Global Priority Africa program, of which Ghana had the opportunity to make significant contribution to its initial orientations in the early 1980s. Today, as you know, the dynamics of the Global Priority Africa program has changed, both in its continental aspirations and in its strategic focus. This is because our world continues to change with new and complex challenges, and as such, Global Priority Africa must respond strategically to the needs of the changing times. In this context, Ghana is happy to host this important conference of African member states to reimagine our collective actions towards a renewed implementation agenda, following the adoption of the new operational strategy at the 41st General Conference of UNESCO. Our partnership with UNESCO in the Africa region dates as far back as 1962, when we hosted the first Africa Center for Educational Information and Research. Through this center, we contributed significantly to the work of the organization in Africa through strategic interventions to promote education in the region. Ghana has also contributed to the work of UNESCO and its governing bodies. Indeed, Ghana was the first African country south of the Sahara to be elected chair of the executive board, and also the first African country to have a female representative on the executive board of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, As a multilateral agency of the United Nations, with the widest fields of competence, UNESCO is today expected to respond to the diverse challenges confronting the continent. Ghana is convinced that this meeting presents a good opportunity to discuss how Africa's national commissions could deploy their unique competences, expertise, and networks to tackle critical continental issues to be tabled at this conference. I'm informed that one of the issues to be discussed relates to media pluralism for development in Africa. We in Ghana have always strongly supported UNESCO's efforts of building free, independent, and pluralistic media, and in particular, the legal framework and the democratic institutions that support it at the country level. We've observed with admiration UNESCO's contribution over the years in the operationalization of the UN Action Plan on the Safety of Journalists and the fight against impunity. The government of Ghana strongly believes in development in freedom. Without freedom of expression, and particularly freedom of the media, an informed, active, and engaged citizenry cannot achieve our collective resolve for peace and sustainable development. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that Accra has been named the UNESCO World Book Capital for 2023, making this great city part of the prestigious World Book Capital Cities network. This is an acknowledgement of the giant strides Ghana and Africa are making in developing our book and creative arts industry, and we thank you for your diverse contributions that made this possible. The year-long program to celebrate this honor done us by UNESCO will commence from 23rd April 2023, which is celebrated globally as the World Book and Copyright Day. I wish to use this opportunity to invite you all to join Ghana in this year-long celebration. I wish you a successful conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Ghana and to the Africa Conference of National Commissions of UNESCO. As we say in Ghana, Akwaba, you're amongst the people who pride themselves on their sense of hospitality. I hope that by the end of your visit, you will agree with this claim. The hosting of this event in our vibrant capital of Accra is yet another important milestone in Ghana's commitment to the work of UNESCO, and in particular, to the Global Priority Africa program, of which Ghana had the opportunity to make significant contribution to its initial orientations in the early 1980s. Today, as you know, the dynamics of the Global Priority Africa program has changed, both in its continental aspirations and in its strategic focus. This is because our world continues to change with new and complex challenges, and as such, Global Priority Africa must respond strategically to the needs of the changing times. In this context, Ghana is happy to host this important conference of African member states to reimagine our collective actions towards a renewed implementation agenda, following the adoption of the new operational strategy at the 41st General Conference of UNESCO. Our partnership with UNESCO in the Africa region dates as far back as 1962. when we hosted the first Africa Center for Educational Information and Research. Through this center, we contributed significantly to the work of the organization in Africa through strategic interventions to promote education in the region. Ghana has also contributed to the work of UNESCO and its governing bodies. Indeed, Ghana was the first African country south of the Sahara to be elected chair of the executive board, and also the first African country to have a female representative on the executive board of UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, as a multilateral agency of the United Nations, with the widest fields of competence, UNESCO is today expected to respond to the diverse challenges confronting the continent. Ghana is convinced that this meeting presents a good opportunity to discuss how Africa's national commissions could deploy their unique competences, expertise, and networks to tackle critical continental issues to be tabled at this conference. I'm informed that one of the issues to be discussed relates to media pluralism for development in Africa. We in Ghana have always strongly supported UNESCO's efforts of building free, independent, and pluralistic media, and in particular, the legal framework and the democratic institutions that support it at the country level. We've observed with admiration UNESCO's contribution over the years in the operationalization of the UN Action Plan on the Safety of Journalists and the fight against impunity. The government of Ghana strongly believes in development.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Beneath the deep blue sky, the black star is calling. Follow the stars and let them take you on a journey of our people. The country where the sun shines on all 365 days of the year. Capturing the stories of our kings and queens above. Experience of our castles and forts built on the sweat of a people full of dignity. I am Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, and I'm the proud president of the country at the center of the world, Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage, where nature is incredible, adventure is everywhere, and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Thank you. So now we're coming to the last plenary session where we're going to be considering the Accra Declaration on Global Priority Africa, and we're going to adopt it. I think there's certain things that the Secretary General has already pointed out to you with regards to the way that we are proceeding with this declaration and its adoption. And I'm going to let her now go through and read the declaration for us. I'm over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Please allow me to say that as soon as we declare it, the translators will start working on the French version, and so after dinner you should have it. Pardon us. And to help me is SG Nigeria. Thank you, sir. And so now we read. We, the Secretaries General of African National Commissions for UNESCO, have gathered here in Accra, Ghana, from the 11th to the 14th September 2022 on the occasion of the African Regional Meeting of National Commissions convened with financial resources from the Government of Ghana, UNESCO and National Commissions partners to engender a new impetus to strengthen the relevance, effectiveness, and the overall strategic positioning of Global Priority Africa Program to address Africa and the world's contemporary challenges. And to this end, we adopt the present declaration, which conveys our common strategic priorities and outlines a clear agenda for African National Commissions for UNESCO to contribute to implementing Global Priority Africa Program for the benefit of the continent. And I've just got a, and well, we will add that.
Part 1, Preamble. Number 1, recalling General Conference Decision 25/Resolution 27 and 37C, Resolution 140C, Resolution 61, 40C, Resolution 102, and 40C, Resolution 103, 41C/resolution that will be inserted, and in recent time, the conclusions and recommendation of regional meetings of Global Priority African Program.
Recognizing the unique role and competencies of national commissions in the overall constitutional architecture of UNESCO and the UN system as a whole, to provide strategic contacts and interfaces in member states for the purpose of associating governmental and non-governmental bodies with the work of the organization.
3. Considering the critical role of national commissions for UNESCO in contributing to the Global Priority Africa aspects for a wide array of partnership for funding and program to address the challenges of the continent, note in particular issues relating to progress on the Education 2030 targets, biodiversity, conservation for peace and development, emerging technologies, and in particular artificial intelligence, AI, and how Africa stands to benefit heritage management and a pluralistic media for a peaceful continent.
Note with concern the impact of contemporary challenges associated with the global landscape, including multiple and multidimensional crises linked to climate change, armed conflicts, natural disasters, pandemics, including the COVID-19 and its impact on the UNESCO domains in Africa, uncontrolled urbanization, the digital divide, and widening knowledge and skills gaps, unsustainable development patterns leading to increased poverty, setbacks, and exacerbated inequalities.
Express appreciation to UNESCO for the continuous prioritization of the needs of Africa, and in particular its small island developing states, through the adoption of a new operational strategy for Global Priority Africa, which is rooted in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the African Union's vision for an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in global arena.
Affirming UNESCO's gender equality priority, which emphasizes that women and men must enjoy equal opportunities, choices, capabilities, power, and knowledge as equal citizens, and noting its relevance to global priority Africa.
Stress the urgent need for the international development community as a whole and UNESCO to strengthen collaboration at the regional, sub-regional, and national levels to implement Global Priority Africa program for an improved understanding of its relevance and potential to address the challenges of Africa.
Express appreciation to the government of Ghana, UNESCO, and the community of national commissions in Africa for the initiative to organize this important meeting on Global Priority Africa.
Invite national commissions in the African region to reactivate the regular biennial meetings of African National Commission to be hosted by member states on a voluntary basis.
Further urge other national commissions to support the realization of these regular biennial African National Commission meetings.
Further invite African National Commission to strengthen collaboration with development partners, international non-governmental organizations, foundations, and similar institutions towards increased partnership and engagement for Global Priority African Program.
Stress the need for the Secretariat of UNESCO to recognize National Commission's statutory role as enshrined in the UNESCO Constitution and endeavor to foster a more effective collaboration between National Commissions and UNESCO field offices.
Call upon global network of national commissions to step up the efforts to harness partnership and mobilize network, including Category 2 centers, in order to support and ensure the success of Global Priority Flagship programs.
And now the call to action. We start with education. Transforming education to accelerate progress on the SDG 4 targets in Africa. We acknowledge the abiding relevance of UNESCO's mandate and multilateral actions to promote education and its transformative power to create a global society of opportunities and peace for the peoples of the world.
We further recognize efforts by UNESCO to promote inclusive and equitable quality education to accelerate progress towards SDG 4 targets in African member states, emphasizing effective education policy, planning, implementing, and monitoring to address many of the socio-economic challenges confronting the continent and how UNESCO's gains can have suffered setbacks due to COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore
we underscore the urgent need for the international development community, including the United Nations, non-governmental organizations, foundations, and similar institutions, to prioritize matters of concern to Africa, including Global Priority Africa flagship programs, and in particular the urgent need for young people and adults to be supported to have access to quality and inclusive education, emphasizing peace and global citizenship education in the curricula. We believe that quality education must be defined in the context of practical benchmarks that aim to transform education in member states to ensure that the 2030 targets are practically met through pedagogical approaches that facilitate the acquisition of knowledge and skills necessary for the 21st century world of work.
We further underscore the need for young people, adults, and persons living with disabilities to have the right to education and training, as well as equal access to technical and vocational education and training, special education, and learning opportunities that guarantee the right to education and training must be promoted, with the appropriate digital infrastructure and content to realize the potentials of learners and with disabilities.
We encourage UNESCO and member states to ensure that education workforce in Africa have the required knowledge, skills, and qualifications to provide science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, as well as technical and vocational education training at all levels, including the support for the development of the national TVET qualification framework in member states. We call on the international development community to deepen partnership in support for education, including funding, to complement government's efforts to address education-related problems in member states.
We further call on UNESCO and UN system to support African countries, develop the necessary digital learning infrastructure system to effectively make use of emerging educational digital technologies targeting both educators and learners. This will serve to transform the practice of traditional memory-based learning into system that stimulates thinking and creativity required for the 21st century.
We urge UNESCO member states to engineer the needed partnerships with the private sector to build capacity in the design and delivery of digital bite-sized practical learning materials that appeal to educators and learners as supplementary tools for engagement to improve learning outcomes.
We further encourage African governments to engage the private sector, including telecommunication companies, to reduce the cost of online engagement, as well as provide increased access to electricity, including its alternative sources, internet, and smart devices in support of education transformations and digital learning.
We commit to complementing the efforts of UNESCO and other partners in this endeavor in our various countries in this regard.
We express concern about the fact that our collective commitment to protect nature over time has not yielded the desired dividend globally and has therefore become more important than ever before.
We commend UNESCO for the effort to strengthen the Man and Biosphere program, which has paved the way through the Biosphere Reserve concept for the protection of nature and biodiversity globally.
We are encouraged that UNESCO Biosphere Reserves are charting a clear pathway towards biodiversity and nature conservation, thanks to African member states who continue to designate biosphere reserves and geoparks to demonstrate their commitment to conservation and sustainable development, and therefore
we urge African member states to strengthen measures that formally recognize the contribution of biosphere reserves in the negotiations of the post-2020 biodiversity framework, as well as step up efforts to designate more biosphere reserves and geoparks in member states.
We consider it urgent for African countries to take pragmatic measures to popularize Man and Biosphere Map and its program at the national, sub-regional, regional levels through clubs for UNESCO and ASPNet activities, knowing the low level of awareness among the populace of biodiversity losses because of climate change, land and water degradation.
We further urge African governments to encourage the greening of our cities, towns, and villages by creating open spaces for gardens with grass, lawns, herbs, shrubs, and trees, knowing that the creation of city green belts will limit urban sprawls and minimize proliferation of concrete jungles.
We finally call for government to protect landscapes by giving and establishing special values for wetlands, wilderness areas, and heritage sites with special geomorphological and floristic features, as well as seascapes targeting estuarine, brackish and salt marshy lagoons and coastal areas.
We commit to complementing the efforts of UNESCO and other partners in this endeavor in our various countries in this regard. And now we move to the pedagogical use of the General History of Africa project.
We commend UNESCO and partners for the continuous support of the General History of African project since its inception, including the ongoing effort to enrich the project with additional 3 volumes, as well as recent years, the setup of an 11-member scientific committee through the African Union to assume intellectual and scientific responsibility for the second phase of the project.
We remind ourselves of the core objective of the project to help renew history education in the member states of the African Union by highlighting the common heritage of the African peoples with a view to promoting mutual understanding, regional integration, peace building, and the strengthening of links between Africans and people of African descent, thereby affirming the importance and relevance of the general history of Africa in the current global context, to restore dignity and self-confidence, and to build an African identity and citizenship that will enable future generations to actively contribute to a common African vision in an increasingly globalized world.
We are concerned about recent outcomes of the stock-taking meeting in May 2021, which indicated that the GHA is neither widely disseminated nor sufficiently used for educational purposes in member states.
We call on African governments to take steps through their ministries of education to implement the project components on the pedagogical use of the GHA in schools through the preparation of common pedagogical content for use at all levels of the educational system, outline curricula, textbooks, etc., and commend governments that have already taken steps to do same in their educational systems.
Encourage government to explore creative ways of promoting and disseminating GHA through animation, illustrations, music, drama, e-learning tools, films, documentaries, photography, and storytelling as a means to transform GHA content to reach people of all ages, free of stereotypes and biases.
We commit to complementing the efforts of UNESCO and other partners in this endeavor in our various countries in this respect. Now we move to artificial intelligence in Africa.
We reaffirm our commitment to support UNESCO reimagine how emerging technologies and those related to ethical artificial intelligence application could be harnessed to unleash its transformative power for a socio-economic progress of the African continent. And
we underline the fact that UNESCO member states must address serious knowledge and capacity gaps in artificial intelligence that exist between Africa and other continents. We urge our respective governments to engage in the development of inclusive ethical AI technologies that are appropriate for Africa, ensuring that local needs are contextualized into AI policy formulation. In that context, African governments must develop the legal frameworks to facilitate the rollout of the implementation of UNESCO recommendations on ethics of artificial intelligence.
We further advocate for African governments to draw young minds into the STEM fields and technologies related to artificial intelligence, targeting not only students at the graduate and postgraduate levels, but also children at the early age through games and the learning of concepts and subjects related to AI without necessarily having a computer.
We stress the importance of African universities to increase international collaborations to practicalize AI technologies and promote research and publications among academics in the context of North-South, South-South cooperation with a view to fostering effective networking and experiential learning in this area.
We encourage government to provide scholarships for STEM students to train in top-rated AI center universities, including internship and opportunities through blended and online courses.
We commit to complementing the efforts of UNESCO and other partners in this endeavor in our various countries in this respect. And now we turn to media pluralism for development in Africa.
We underscore the fact that a pluralistic media landscape allows for divergent political and ideological views, which enables the representation of different political, cultural, and social groups, which to a large extent access to variety of information and inclusive content for greater participation and development.
We are concerned that around the world, and in particular in Africa, media pluralism has come under threat in recent years, especially in public and public interest media. That notwithstanding, there are also growing concerns regarding the stifling of pluralism, which manifests in increased attacks on journalists and other media workers with the objective to suppress divergent views, opinions, and ideas.
We regret that political debate across media platforms in Africa continues more open and dynamic, thriving within a complex of clientelism forged on shifting alliances between politicians and business tycoons. We regret that the media politics interplay has taken a competitive and antagonistic forms, effectively exacerbating polarized conflict in most parts of Africa, and in that context,
we urge UNESCO to deepen its work with all stakeholders to rescue media pluralism from its personalized users and reimagine it more broadly as a normative value that refers to the distribution of communicative power in the public space.
We encourage member states to prioritize issues of media and promote freedom of expression, access to information, and safety of journalists to enable the media to hold duty barriers accountable to citizens.
Encourage UNESCO to deepen support to governments to develop explicit and multidimensional public policies that preserve quality news and media pluralism as public goods which are indispensable in any democratic society.
Urge member states to ensure equitable allocation of broadcasting licenses between public, community, and commercial broadcasting. Safeguards should be put in place to particularly protect and guarantee the sustainability of community broadcasting.
We commit to complementing the efforts of UNESCO and other partners in this endeavor in our various countries in this respect. Rethinking heritage management in Africa.
We recognize Africa's desire to promote both heritage conservation and of society, and note the of the third periodic report of World Heritage Sites in the African region.
We reaffirm African National Commission's commitment to our respective national development plans, the AU Agenda 2063 on a shared strategy for unity, prosperity, well-being, and in particular the integration of the continent, the Sustainable Development Goals, and UNESCO's normative instruments on heritage, and therefore
recognizing that heritage in Africa is first a local value, becomes global, we strongly advocate for an inclusive heritage management framework representing the diversity and richness of the African heritage, integrating the diaspora and indigenous knowledge system dimensions.
We underscore the urgency to reimagine the value proposition of heritage and our local communities to facilitate both the sharing of heritage and the well-being, the caring of heritage and the well-being of society, whilst building bridges in and for heritage management in Africa, consistent with the pioneering spirit and experiences of indigenous communities of Africa, and as evidenced by the evolving principles of sustainability, diversity, and resilience associated with their cultures and practices.
We advocate for innovativeness and creativity, which is aligned with the fourth industrial revolution, while strategically positioning the heritage sector of Africa to be competitive with a business focus. We therefore encourage African member states to
decolonize and influence heritage management through deliberate policy change, accompanied by inclusive strategies at the implementation levels, which allows local communities to be part of decision-making processes for heritage management in Africa.
Embark on capacity building for the youth and women in the heritage sector in Africa as a continued investment, while addressing the widening intergenerational and technical skills gap, including adapting and embracing new technologies and promoting inter and multidisciplinary approaches in heritage management.
Develop and implement effective, beneficial, and resource sharing frameworks and practices for the broader public, and in particular local communities living in heritage sites, including the provision of practical guidance to incorporate sustainable development practices at heritage sites in Africa.
Improve institutional capacity and effectiveness through prioritization of heritage management in national budgets, improve collaboration and partnership initiatives, and building resilience and sustainability of heritage institutions at the continental and national levels, including those of creative sector.
Consolidate at the national and regional levels preparedness for effective management of heritage sites in Africa, including putting in place mechanisms to prevent risks and disasters becoming real threats at heritage sites.
Promote integrated, multidisciplinary, and innovative research to support heritage sector development, including understanding and mitigating the impact of climate change as a shared concern in the African region.
Fund for African National Commissions. Recalling the constitutional role and importance of national commissions, we call on UNESCO to facilitate contributions from member states and other partners by creating a central fund that can be accessed by national commissions for the purpose of supporting and promoting UNESCO in their countries. And now the conclusion. We, the Secretaries General of the National Commissions of UNESCO in African member states, meeting in Accra to deliberate on the subject of Global Priority Africa Program, pledge our commitment and support to this declaration. We commit to using our unique competencies, expertise, and network at the national level to rally the needed support and partnership, including funding, to push forward the Priority Africa Program, and pledge to host biennial meetings through a voluntary hosting agreement of African member states.
We finally call on the Director General of UNESCO to deepen collaboration with the international development community to implement Global Priority African Program and its current operational strategy 2022 to 2029 towards a common understanding of its relevance and potential to address the challenges of Africa and the world to build peace.
Done in Accra
on the 13th day of September 2022.
Thank you very much. I don't have a gavel here, but I take that this has been adopted in its entirety and that other changes will be made as appropriate. Thank you very much, Secretary General of Ghana. Thank you. Wait a minute, I'll ask him to read this. Mr. Diallo, would you come to the stage perhaps 2 minutes? Thank you. You cannot. 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est avec plaisir que j'accepte l'invitation. Thank you very much. Well, the day has been very long. The 2 days are very, very, very expensive. Just a few words, just to thank all the organizers. First, really, I want to commend. It has been said a lot of times, but let's reiterate it again to thank really Ghana, the government of Ghana, for these initiatives. It was reminded, let's remind it again, we haven't gathered all together national commission. The 3/4 of the continent gathered in a place, 2 days, brainstorming, reflecting on the future, on the present and future of Africa. So it's a new premiere, and we really want to commend and thank you very much. I echo to the government of Ghana, I echo the National Commission of the Ghana National Commission. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, we are really very honored. We see how the government, the country was mobilized. We see that the first authority, I was actually surprised when I see the recorded video. I was very surprised when I see the recorded video. I said, how did the National Commission manage to get minutes? I know that the President was in Paris a few days ago, and so, well, this is actually the advantage comparative. There are things that they can do that UNESCO can never do, a field office can never do. So this is really the kind of cooperation and appreciating the uniqueness of the work and what the National Commission can do. So thank you. We are really very honored to have the President. We have here, I think, 4 ministers: Minister of Education, Minister of Tourism, Art and Culture, the Deputy Minister of Communication, and today the Deputy Minister of Information. So we cannot, we couldn't expect more, and there were a lot of representatives of various national institutions with us. So thank you again for this mobilization. And well, the draft declaration actually reflected all the conversation here, and the renewed, I would say, the renewed commitment. It's very important that from time to time we refresh, we remind ourselves about the dots and the don'ts, and what are the pillars, what are the pillars of our house, the house which bring us together. We are here all to contribute to build peace in the minds of men and women all around the world. And we cannot but do it in a unique way, UNESCO with its unique expertise and this dispositive that we have through the National Commission. And we see the international cooperation with the National Commission from other regions, the National Commission of Canada, National Commission, the French National Commission, the German National Commission, the Azerbaijan National Commission. So this is all the richness, and I take what Mr. Alexander was said, le champ de tous les possibles. You know, the French language is very nice sometimes. The champ de tous les possibles. We can do it all together. And stay assured,
that we will do and walk the talk on our side. We will start by refresh and commit and implement this new way also of working together. I wanted, on behalf of the team, the Assistant Director General for Priority Africa, Mr. Edouard Matoko, took the floor at the opening. We are here very well represented with the pillars from SADC region, with Professor Lydia Brito, with our brother Huber Heisen from Eastern Africa. We have our sister Rita, who has just joined us in the Horn of Africa. She's in the Horn in the I would say at the capital of Africa, for Africa Union, representing UNESCO there. We have the ECOWAS region with Ali Sinan. We have PAX, Priority Africa and External Affairs, with Jaya, with Aysel, and Mr. Du. Thank you very much on behalf of all of them. Really, we want to thank you, all of you, and I would have forgot all the UNESCO field office team that are here, that are behind the scene, that are pushing and working hand in hand with the National Commission. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all your team. We see how they were mobilized, how they are mobilized, how they will be mobilized for the coming days also. So thank you very much, and let's just say, so now the work is ahead, and let's pursue all together dans la joie, l'enthousiasme. Merci. Ayeko, Oyuadon. We are in Gas State, we have to respect Oyuadon. Merci.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I ask Mr. Roderick Graham April, Secretary General Namibia, who would like to say a few words as well? Yes, please go there. Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you for dancing yesterday.
Ambassador the Bossman, and I wanted to say that maybe tonight we will take the floor again. It is now my distinct honor and privilege also to, on behalf of all the beautiful people gathered in this room from all the National Commissions for UNESCO, to extend a word of thanks to all the beautiful people of the Republic of Ghana. We have seen that when we started here, even from the top leadership, His Excellency, he was here, the ministers, they were also here, which shows that they are really advancing the ideals and the goals of UNESCO through the National Commission of UNESCO. And thank you also, Ambassador, for how you have led all the sessions here. What we have noticed, and I think I can say it on behalf of all of us, is the excellent organization that we have received. Not only here, thank you very much, thank you very much. Not only here, but even before we have come here. I've never seen such patience. I think I can also speak that also on behalf of the whole team of us. To you, my dear friend, Secretary General, I don't want you to cry now because my words make people cry. And then also to all the whole staff here, because you see from Namibia, but also from all of us now, we all have now a very good relationship with the staff here at the Ghana National Commission for UNESCO. You have done a brilliant job. As I say, prior, during, and I think still post, because tomorrow we still have something to do. So I think, dear colleagues, give them also a warm round of applause. And when we go deeper into the program, my dear friends, I think this gathering has been very historical. For me, of course, historical because we can now see that we can cross borders of language and even geographical borders to come together. Also historical because someone said this morning that our member states have adopted the operational strategy. So we need to move forward. We know that there will be challenges. And as my previous speaker said, we have now the declaration that we can take home. Secretary General, we will take it home, all of us, and then we will also disseminate the information within our respective national commissions. On the whole, this has been a wonderful experience on behalf of all the national commissions. We thank you for what you have done to us, and then for the deliberations that have taken place, and we wish you well from the bottom of our heart and the spirit of unity and peace that can continue. So thank you again. Let us give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to cry, don't worry. But I could, because I've really, really enjoyed this very, very useful meeting. I think it came at the right time for all of us. And it was a real pleasure for all of us here in Ghana, and also our delegation, permanent delegation in Paris, and of course the UNESCO office in Ghana. We were so very proud and so very happy to have you all here. But all too soon, this 3-day meeting for African National Commissions, UNESCO, has come to an end. But of course, this is just not an event, it's a process. And I think we spent a lot of productive hours pursuing all the common agenda that we had, because we really believe in Priority Africa. And I think also this experience of sharing ideas, sharing strategies has enriched us so much. And really, I think it's going to help us really get and achieve the goals that we have set ourselves for the Sustainable Development Goals and the Common Africa Agenda Vision 2063. This is what we are all looking towards. And really, I really was amazed that I thought I knew quite a bit about UNESCO. Actually, I don't know Jack, as they say. You know, because I really admired and was really amazed by the information, the volume, the information that I heard here, that I learned here, and that I think a lot of us have also learned here. And what I hope that everybody is taking home is how we are going to help each other really realize all these aspirations which we have contained now in the Accra Declaration, and which I applaud you for, because all the inputs were from you. So I don't want us to talk too much. I mean, a lot has been said, but I do want to also highlight 1 or 2 points in our collective efforts to protect the environment as we are closing this meeting. You know that Ghana has always been at the forefront of multilateral action through the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program to sustainably utilize biodiversity, dear Professor, and ecosystem services to improve livelihoods and to protect the environment. Environment protection is a big thing right now for all of us, for the sustainability of our world as it is. And Ghana has been instrumental, we were instrumental in actual fact, in the formation of the African Network of Biosphere Reserves, AFRIMAP, which you know about. And this aims at promoting regional cooperation during promoting regional cooperation among MAB, that's MAB national committees, and biosphere reserves in sub-Saharan Africa. And I use this opportunity to congratulate UNESCO for using the biosphere reserve concept to chart a clear pathway in global climate change mitigation. We will continue to urge us all to step up efforts to designate more biosphere reserves in Africa and to avert the climate menace. Tomorrow you're going to be visiting some forts and castles, old forts and castles, you know. You know that we have a number of, we have about 80% of these forts and castles along the Atlantic coast of this country, you know. So these were constructed, you know, Portuguese, this is why we have Portuguese names, English, by the English, we have English names here, Germans, we do have German names as well, Swedish, Danish, Dutch, my own name, Bosman, is Dutch, you know. All these traders came between 1480 and 1786. And these forts and castles served as fortified trading posts, and you'll be visiting that tomorrow. I understand that if you, for some reason, you didn't put your name down, you can still do it and join them tomorrow at 6 a.m., isn't it? You're leaving at 6 a.m. These served as fortified trading posts, representing significantly and emotively the continuing history of European-African encounter over 4 centuries, and indeed, the starting point of the African diaspora. And UNESCO really does need to deepen its work on the roots of enslaved people's project with a view to offer lasting legacies and lessons for the people of the world. So, before we depart, we have had some thank yous, but I really want to also single out the Secretaries General of the National Commissions of Canada, of France, of Germany, and Azerbaijan for their financial contribution to this meeting. Thank you very much. We are, of course, very, very grateful to UNESCO, both in Paris and in Accra, for all the support. You have been supporting us in so many, many ways. Thank you very much. I also wish to thank the Director General and the staff at the Division of Priority Africa. Thank you very much. All the directors of UNESCO, the field offices in Africa for their support, and all who made it possible to host this event. And I want to thank all of you, I mean, to have come here and to enrich us with all your experiences. I would like to also, finally, I think that it would be amiss of me not to say a big thank you to the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. You have really been amazing. You can take a bow. You can take a bow. Amazing, amazing. They're always pretty good, but they have been amazing, really. You know. And I really wish to thank you. Amasewa, you have been really amazing. She's been up all the time, and it's just leading up to this. The number of calls that I've had. You can continue, it's okay. I thank you all. God bless you all. But the question is, which one of you is going to take this up in 2024? Which one is going to take up in 2024? We're waiting to hear. You must have been inspired by all this, and therefore, or you want to say this afterwards, or what? But we're expecting somebody to do that. And before we leave also, you have an invitation, right, to dinner. Straight away. We're not even going to let you go into your rooms or anything like that. You're coming straight away. The buses are ready to take you to have another stab at dancing. Oh, somebody said, oh yes. So I know that it was you behind there. And to also have a taste of Ghanaian cuisine. So I think on this note, thank you all. Thank you all. God bless you all. And safe journey back. Nyeiwadon Yadawasi. I equal to everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Come and let me hug you. No, stand here because you're tall. So, Mr. Wellington is dodging me. I will hug you.
People looked at me and said, "Hello, Marianne." And I said, "No, that's not me. My staff, where are you?" I'm sorry. Before, at the back, please wave at them. You keep saying Amma, but really, it's these people. Thank you very much. God bless you. And we mean it. Straight to the bus, please. It will be a quick one. That way, we'll have you back before 9, and you can rest and get up early in the morning tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.